All right, if everybody will find their seat, we'll get started. All right, we're going to start this morning with the public comment period. And we appreciate everybody for coming out. And we're going to start off with Bill Foster. Right up here, sir. Jesse, will you move that chair so he can help him get situated there?
Discards and make that segment of the fishery accountable for the fish that they're killing. The other thing is we need to allow for at least a limited harvest of the fish of all ages, all sizes, so that, number one, it can provide the data needed for managing the stock. Right now, the only thing we can get from fisheries data from the landings is information about 2-year-old fish, that 18 to 27 inch fish. The other 50 odd years of the fish's age, we can't get any data from the fisheries data because none are allowed to be kept. So we need to do it for that reason. Another reason is for the last 25 years, the people of the coast that valued the older fish, the big fish, the old drum we were called, as food to be shared, haven't been able to have that to enjoy that part of their heritage, that culture. And lastly, in terms of there's been a proliferation of the so-called catch and release recreational fishing tournaments, which fish for the largest and the most fish possible. And without regard.
That's your time, sir.
Sir?
That's your time. He's put his little red sign up.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Jake Griffin.
Good morning, Commission. I'd like to just take a moment to talk about our spot management plan and the lack of attention that's been paid to this management plan that was implemented 6 years ago. That was back when I was on the Southern Advisory Panel, and now I sit on the Finfish Advisory Panel. And the reason for this management plan was to get a 1% or 1.5% reduction. And we were supposed to go 3 years under a management plan, and if we didn't meet that requirement, then we were going to go to a 10% and reevaluate that management plan. Here we are going into the 6th year of a closure under the same management plan. We've had no updates on where we're at with that stock assessment or where we're at meeting our reduction, but we have continued to go under a closure and continue a closure for no reason with no science. And I don't understand if we value the science of this fishery, why we haven't had some information brought forth about the process, how it's going. We need some updates, and I've talked to Sammy about trying to do more like a quarterly meeting at a Finfish advisory panel level so we can be proactive. We need a presentation. We need to know where the stock assessment's at, because if we need to bump the reductions back or if we need to bump up the restrictions to meet 10%, then that's what we need to do, but we need to know where the science is at. Continuing on without any updates is just absurd. It's a mismanagement, and it's creating discards in a time where that fish is highly valued. You know, we could go to a shorter spring closure and get a better reduction than what we're seeing right now. And a big push is, you know, cooperative research between fishermen and scientists. You know, and I've had one of the division staff and call me when all this began and asked me, we spoke for 2 hours about my fishery, how I participated in the fishery, and, you know, then implemented the closures. And then I hear through the grapevine, 3 years after that's been implemented, that those phone calls were made asking fishermen how they were affected, but I didn't get a phone call then. So if fishermen and scientists want to work together, there needs to be a level of trust. Needs to be a bond of trust. And I think if we can get a bond of trust, we can make a lot of progress. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Chris Hickman.
Thank you. My deal is on the false albacore and the Bonito. They're 2 different species, 2 different fish. And as far as I can find out from nymphs, there's not any data on either one of them to suffice a substantial management plan, except for a few people don't want anybody doing it. And I see a waste of resource, more discards. Everything, we've got the most wasteful system in the world when it comes to retaining fish and throwing good protein back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dewey Himmelwright.
My name is Dewey Himmelwright, and I'm here today to speak on the state of North Carolina's Red Snapper EFP. This EFP is between the states and National Marine Fisheries Service. I have to call in the question a little bit, some of the iterations of the first draft that North Carolina put up, which would be 100 anglers would have access to this EFP if it is processed and goes through. The second reiteration is that no matter what my opinion is on some things, and I'm sure I'll have a difference of things on different issues, it disadvantages our state because it has recreational fishermen that are allowed 1 fish, 1 red snapper for 60 days, and on the charter and hid boat, it only allows 4 fish per 6-pack, and I forgot how many for the hid boats. but it clearly, it shouldn't be disadvantaging one side to the other. Another thing, to my knowledge, there's never been no public information meetings by our state through this process. And this is going to be an interesting one because it is a priority for this administration. We've been told that, and we've watched it fall out as where we're at now. Something as a council member in the South Atlantic Council, I have to take an oath under the Madison-Stevens Act. The states do not. And so as we watch this play out, it's going to be really interesting how this goes through the Magnuson-Stevens Act, and also how the political part of it plays out. And one thing is the commercial side that I advocate for gets 28% of this resource, and the recreationals get 72%. But through all my comments to date, which I'll be commenting further, we haven't had a lot of our questions answered on how does this play out, all these different things. And it is, does our state have enough money or staff to actually implement this? And had there been some public meetings, I think our drafts that our state put forward would not have happened. It would have been more cohesive to what the public had a chance to comment on. So I'll be coming back at future and giving you a update from the reality of the lay of the land as I see it. And, but I hope y'all ask these questions I brought forward. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dewey. Thomas Newman.
My name is Thomas Newman, full-time commercial fisherman. I also work with the NCFA. And I just want to keep this simple. This style of rulemaking management is not the direction North Carolina fisheries should be heading. Atlantic Bonito is a stock with unknown status, no assessment, and limited biological information. The division's own paper says current trends do not indicate the need for immediate management. Yet the options being recommended would grant broad authority to regulate time, area, gear, season, size, and quantity without clearly defined triggers or standards. This is not structured management. Good fisheries management should be built on defined goals, measurable indicators, and clear thresholds that tell us when action is necessary. If we believe precaution is needed, then write that precaution into clear standards. If we believe monitoring is needed, then monitor. But expanding open-ended authority without first establishing what biological conditions justify action is not the model North Carolina should follow. We should be moving towards more transparency, more data, and more science-based structure, not broader discretion without guardrails. That is the direction this commission should be going. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. All right, that's the list I have. Does anybody else wish to speak? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Micah Daniels, and I'm from Fresh Catch Seafood and Wine Cheese. Water quality is foundational to fisheries productivity. Nursery habitats, shellfish beds, and spawning areas depend on clean water. When we see increased runoff, algae blooms, habitat loss, and periodic fish kills, those environmental stressors impact stock abundance long before harvest occurs. If habitat conditions decline, no amount of harvest restriction alone will rebuild the stocks to their historic productivity. At the same time, the commercial sector continues to face increasingly strict harvest limits. While responsible management is necessary, regulations that focus primarily on reducing commercial harvests without equal emphasis on habitat and water quality risk placing disproportionate burden on fishermen who are not the root cause of environmental decline. Commercial fishermen provide fresh, local, traceable seafood to North Carolina consumers. Access to locally harvested seafood is not only an economic issue, it is a food security issue and a consumer rights issue. When harvest opportunity is reduced, consumers are pushed toward imported seafood, much of which comes from countries with lower environmental and labor standards. If we are serious about sustainability, we must treat water quality and habitat restoration with the same urgency as harvest controls. Fisheries management should balance science-based harvest regulations, strong interagency coordination on water quality enforcement, investment in habitat restoration, protection of working waterfronts, ensuring consumers maintain access to safe local seafood. Clean water supports healthy fish stocks. Healthy fish stocks support fishermen. Fishermen support coastal communities and provide food for North Carolina families. I respectfully ask the Commission to ensure that water quality and habitat protection remain central to the fisheries management decisions, that commercial harvest restrictions are evaluated within the broader environmental context. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Woody Joyner. I'm a member of the North Carolina Watermen United and a full-time resident of Hatteras Village. First, as I always do, I'd like to thank the panel. Thank you for the Commission for holding these public comments, giving us an opportunity to voice what we feel like and what we see on the water, what we see every day on the docks. I would also like to extend a thanks to Chairman Corbett for bringing these meetings to Dare County. If you'll continue to come to Dare County, we'll continue to come to see you. We appreciate you. We appreciate the effort, everybody coming up and around the horn to get here. But I think with the public comments last night, and the people that were here, the people who are here today, and the public comments shows that we are concerned. We want to work with you. We want to make sure that everybody is treated fairly and equitably. So this morning, usually I say I'm here to speak for the Watermen United and our members, but this morning I think I'm speaking for all the hardworking men and women in our coastal communities who earn a living on the water. Reiterating something that a lot of people have said so far last night and today, and especially if we look at the Atlantic Bonito and the proposed FMP and the issue paper. We had a board meeting for the Watermen this past Tuesday. The consensus for those, the consensus that I've seen on the docks, the consensus of the commercial people that I speak with, the charter for hire, who used Atlantic Bonito as a shoulder season that's very important to them. Collectively, and I put all of their thoughts together, and the only thing I think I can voice is the fact that overmanagement on something like this without any type of population survey, without any science at all, is a reminder that overregulation does not necessarily translate to protecting the public trust. And I hope that you will, with Bonito and going forward, we do get some science, we do get some surveys in before we start anticipating that something is overfished. So again, thank you for your time. At this point, I usually like to thank Director Rawls and the staff at the DMF. I know that the directors in Raleigh at the lawsuit, but I also, like I said, I always like to thank the Marine Patrol and the DMF for the job that they do. Thank you for your time this morning, and I hope to see everybody in Dare County again very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, I'm Tara Foreman, and thank you for the opportunity to provide the public comment. I am speaking to you about support of a practical, collaborative approach to fisheries management, one that brings commercial fishermen, scientists, and the division together to collect accurate, reliable data that can be used to assess seafood stock correctly and transparently. If we want strong fisheries and strong coastal communities, we have to start with strong information. Decisions about seasons, quotas, trip limits, gear rules, and fishery management plans are only as good as the data behind them. When data is incomplete, inconsistent, or not representative of what's happening on the water, the risk of misjudging stock status goes up, and so does conflict. The goal should be to reduce uncertainty, improve trust, and make sure management actions match real conditions. So I think we should build a system with fishermen and not about fishermen. Commercial fishermen are on the water every day and can be the best partners in collecting real-world information if the system is workable and respectful of their time. I strongly encourage the DMF to expand structured collaborations such as fisherman-led and jointly designed sampling programs, fish house samplings with predictable schedules, cooperative research projects that include fishermen from different regions and gear types, and advisory groups that review data needs and help troubleshoot reporting and sampling issues. And importantly, there are commercial fishermen who are willing to collaborate on research and data collection right now, especially when the programs are designed to be practical, transparent, and built on mutual trust. One of the next steps, I think, is to launch a pilot program focused on a priority species like blue crab using a collaborative framework. We could use partners such as Commercial Fishermen Research Foundation to design and implement a pilot that improves the quality of fishery-dependent data and strengthens biological samplings. The pilot program could include a representative set of participant fishermen, standardized sampling protocols, effort tracking that is simple and consistent, and clear data sharing rules and confidentiality protections. Regularly reporting back to participants and the public on what the data shows. Starting with blue crab makes sense because it is central to North Carolina's seafood economy and culturally, and because better data will lead to better management decisions. We can accurate stock assessment depends on strong inputs like landing reports, effort data, biological sampling, and independent surveys. But the most important, data collection has to be realistic in the day-to-day operations of a working fishery. If reporting requirements are too complicated or time-consuming, the compliance drops and data quality suffers. So we can increase transparency and accountability on how the data is used, clear explanations of what is used in regular data meetings. We can invest and build a united front to secure funding. So better data requires investing, staffing, sampling, and commercial fishermen.
And that's your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Chairman and committee members. Bob Woodard, I'm Chairman of Dare County Board of Commissioners. I want to thank y'all all for once again being here in Dare County, sunny Dare County this morning. I'm also Chairman of the newly formed Coastal Fisheries Coalition. It represents 18 counties throughout the coast of North Carolina. We've newly formed. Just recently, in the last 6 months, because of the situation that abandoned the trawling of shrimp in the inlets that was proposed, fortunately, that's dead right now. But I was here last evening, and I've been here before under public comment. I just implore you to listen to these commercial fishermen and recreational fishermen and hear what they have to say. We're here as a coalition to support, as far as I know, the oldest profession of mankind, and that's fishing. And we want to make sure that our folks are able here in Dare County to eat local seafood along with our visitors, and our watermen have a way to continue to make a living. And I just implore you to hear what they have to say and base your decisions on their comments and science-based. And our coalition supports them 100%. And you'll probably see more of us at future meetings. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, anybody else? All right, with that, we'll close out the public comment and call the meeting to order. And we'll have a moment of silence, if we would, and then we'll do our Pledge of Allegiance. All right, we'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. And so, Jesse, do you want to take ask anybody about conflict of interest? And then I think you had something else you wanted to say too also, right? And introduce everybody to Barbie Bird, who's taking Cat's place.
Chairman Corbett, I can certainly do that. So first off, I'll introduce Barbie again. As was said earlier, Director Rawls can't be here today. She's up in Raleigh working on the CCA lawsuit. Standing in her place today is Barbie Bird, our FMP and policy manager for the division. So she'll be giving the director's report today and taking any questions directed that typically would be directed at the director.
And Jesse, I've been told by the attorney that I have to ask about conflict of interest. Anybody know of any conflict of interest? Reminder. All right. With that, Jesse, we'll move back on.
Awesome. Thank you, Chairman Corbett. One thing that we do want to do today is we'd like to just take a moment to recognize the passing of someone who played an integral role in fisheries management in North Carolina. Dr. B.J. Copeland passed away in January of this year. Dr. Copeland spent many years as director of NCC Grant and was appointed to the Moratorium Steering Committee that helped shape the Fisheries Reform Act of 1997. He served multiple terms as a member of the Marine Fisheries Commission, both under the structure that we know today, as well as during its earlier formation. And he helped guide the commission through some of the most formative years of North Carolina's fisheries management process. Dr. Copeland brought thoughtfulness, scientific integrity, and a deep commitment to stewardship of our coastal resources, and we're grateful for his service to the commission and to the people of North Carolina.
All right. With that, we'll do the roll call.
Sounds good to me. Commissioner Blanton?
Here.
Commissioner Claus?
Here.
Commissioner Gardner?
Here.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Here.
Commissioner Millette?
Here.
Commissioner Rader?
Present.
Commissioner Roller?
Here.
Commissioner Service?
Here.
And Chairman Corbett.
Here. All right, so now I need an approval of the minutes. Yes, sir.
Shouldn't there be an approval of the agenda? I don't see it on the agenda.
I don't see it there either.
Just
No, it don't have to be. Okay. Okay, he said there shouldn't, it don't have to be.
It don't have to be. Well, in that case, I would like to make a motion for the approval of the minutes.
Okay, there you go. Second? All right. And I don't think we need a roll call. All in favor? Yeah. Okay. And then with that, I'm going to go to Tom because he has something he wants to do. All right, go ahead, buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, I'd like to bring up a couple of issues in regards to our next meeting in May.
Yes, sir.
So there's been a lot of discussion here about agendas and certain items, and so I'm going to make two separate motions here to see if there's some interest regarding to have some things put on the agenda for the May meeting. The first item I would like to talk about is I want a full discussion about DORAs, the deep water oyster recovery areas, to be discussed at our May meeting. So I move that we have a discussion on, I'm sure there'll be some rationale provided by myself and others, but I want to put a motion on the table. It was like the screens are all off. So I just move that we will have a discussion on DORAs at our next meeting.
Second, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we got a motion and a second by Doug.
Can I get a clarification from you, Tom, real fast, just for the motions on the screen here? Do you want a discussion on just DORAs in general or enhancement of DORAs? I know that was what was in the DORA report, or just DORAs in general.
I think that our rationale is going to be provided in discussion here, but I want it to be, this is in regards to the memo that was sent out. So we want a discussion in regards to the memo. But right. I think that our discussion here assuming this will pass, I think the discussion here will derive what we want out of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So I'll just ask if you read what's up there, we can tweak that if we need to take some of that out.
All right.
I don't know about that's not really my words. On the feasibility?
Yeah, we can take the feasibility of enhancement out and just a presentation of the deepwater oyster recovery areas adopted under Amendment 5 of the
and very clear here, this will be rationale provided here in discussion. Perfect. So.
You want to do a roll call on that, Tom, or you take?
Absolutely, I want to
Okay.
do a roll call.
All right. So Jesse, you want to do a roll call vote on that?
I think we should have some, should we have
wanna
some
discuss
discussion
it?
here? Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious if some folks want to weigh in on this. I know there was a lot of talking.
Okay, William, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did request that the division put information together on the possibility of placement of vertical reefs. I believe it's on, it's just not in front of me. Placement of vertical reefs on the Doras in order to give the oyster reefs a chance to gain some vertical extent and get out of the anoxic zone during poor water quality events and anoxic and hypoxic events. The division put a lot of effort into putting a memo together to describe the issues, the objectives of the DORA, the hurdles that are involved in placing those reefs in the DORA, particularly the permitting requirements and some of the complexities that might occur. And in addition, I spent a good hour and a half with staff this week talking about it, and the issues are complex. We talked about, how some of those barriers might be overcome, and I think that the discussion was really informative for me, and I felt like there were some opportunities presented, and I think we got to the point, because this is such an important water quality issue and habitat issue. We got to the point that I felt like it would be a better discussion held in the open. And for that reason, I asked, I brought up the issue of having a discussion in the May meeting, and I would like to see it on the agenda at the May meeting so that we could have an open discussion about some of the relatively complex issues.
Yeah, I got no problem with that, so if you want to go ahead and vote on it, we'll move it. Yeah, you go right ahead.
Not to belabor that, but I think the staff did a great job on covering the ground about the challenges and haven't yet fully explored the opportunities because, frankly, no important habitat issues in North Carolina are doable by any one division. And I know I didn't expect, and certainly believe that the Commission didn't expect, that this division to go it alone in terms of how those areas might be useful in the future. And I just remind everyone that the Coastal Habitat Protection Plan, the 3-commission blueprint for habitat protection and restoration activities revision is underway now, and it would be the appropriate time to look at what the longer-term needs and opportunities are, recognizing state, federal, public-private, and other approaches to develop and implement a longer-term plan to make those deep water areas, the investment there, meaningful. And I would mention also that with the APNEP, Coastal Conservation and Management Plan, CCMP, just having been adopted and being on the table as well for what the implementation plans would look like, it's just the right time to look at what we would do. And then finally, I'll remind everyone that remember that we left the shrimp plan FMP amendment on the table before for further development about open and closed areas with a focus specifically on seagrass, but I would say also and other key habitats. And for what it's worth, the absence of deeper water oyster reefs as key life cycle habitats for many of our estuarine species is probably even a more profound need for rebuilding fisheries across the board in North Carolina. And so I think there's actually an abundance of opportunities that I hope the staff would go back and supplement that paper, thinking through what might be needed to get a plan development like that underway now. And so that's my main purpose in supporting this.
Okay, and we'll probably be discussing all of this when we have that, and I'm sure this is going to go, so let's just go ahead and vote it in and get ready for the next meeting. All right.
Commissioner Blanton?
Abstain.
Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Millette?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett?
Yes. All right, Tom, when they get that one done, you can go to your next one there.
So, Mr. Chair, thank you for this opportunity, first of all, to
Yes, sir.
discuss about the agenda for the next meeting. As many of you will recall, the last couple of meetings, we've had some discussions regarding the removal of blue crabs from the agenda, and I'm going to make a motion that we put blue crab back on the agenda for the next meeting.
And get that, yeah, we got that, okay.
I'll second.
Okay.
And while this is getting up, my understanding is there might be some new information, so I hope that we have some other things to discuss.
Yeah, I was going to ask you to see if they could make sure the division brings us the new information from this past year too.
That is my intent.
Okay.
Whether
Right.
that is, the intent is through discussion here or needs to be in the motion, my intent is also to have new information brought forward. Thank you.
Yes, sir, Mike.
So it's just for discussion purposes only here? Blue crab? Because, to make some sort of decision in May on blue crab and one meeting cycle is probably not appropriate.
I want to ask the attorney, is that an appropriate thing? I would think it was, but I don't know.
Commissioner Roller, I understood your motion to be to put it on. But if it's just for discussion, then you can make that clarification that it's an information item.
I'm looking to the commissioner. I mean, it's been delayed many times,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm wanted to get back into the process and also to talk about the new information. So I'm open to anything, but
So do you want to put possible action item on there? So if you decide you want to do it for action
we
item,
can
you
do
if
we can
not-
do possible action item,
There you
but there's a lot of moving parts here too. I understand, but I think it's important that we address this fishery.
But
follow up.
Yes, sir.
Does the division anticipate having a proper amount of new information to give this commission at that meeting?
And at that, I can't speak for Barbie, but
I'm
I
asking the
mean,
division, Mr.
we're
Chairman.
missing
I'm asking the division, Mr.
we're
Chairman.
missing a lot of moving parts from the division here too that could probably answer that question. I don't know.
Right, and that's what I say, is this appropriate
Yeah, Barbie.
at the current moment?
Let's let Barbie, I think she's got something to say about it.
So our stock assessment team, can you all hear me, is certainly working on an updated stock assessment. By May, any preliminary results would be just that. They would be preliminary, not peer reviewed. We would certainly have the 2025 data finalized, but we wouldn't have anything particularly novel that we haven't presented before, but we can certainly bring up the previous presentation.
And then the only thing that I would say, and for either side, is that, when we were going to vote on it before, we didn't have anything peer reviewed either. So, our hope was to get the stock assessment done sooner. I think our hope now is maybe October or November. I hope that's our hope. I don't know, but I know they're working as hard as they can. So, but I think you putting in there, the possibility of a vote, I think that's a good thing. Then you can do it either way you want to do
And
it.
I mean, just because it's an action item doesn't mean we have to take action on it, right?
Exactly. All right. Yeah, will you?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, maybe could we put something in the motion that the commission would have the opportunity to call for a vote on the options?
It should be there.
Including a
Possible vote.
I'm sorry. Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's take I guess, Tom, you would like a roll call vote on this also? Okay.
I think we may have missed who the second was. Was there a second to this motion?
Yes, there was.
There? All right, cool. Commissioner Blanton?
No.
Commissioner Claus?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
No.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Abstain.
Commissioner Millette?
No.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Roller?
Yes.
Commissioner Service?
Yes.
And Chairman Corbett.
Just a comment, because we left this beached, at that meeting before, just taken off the agenda, but without any prospects for what the renewed trajectory might be. And frankly, I feel the same way about the shrimp amendment. And so I just hope that the division would be in a position at the next meeting, just in briefing us about the trajectory of management, sort of what the plan is. Because I'll just observe that even if there is a stock assessment completed in October, November, December, whenever, that's the beginning of that process. And that might be a year or 2 years more after that before there is management action supported by that new stock assessment available. And the same problems that presented themselves last time may well be available then. So we're not in a position of knowing that now. And so I'm not suggesting anything particular, only that we have a status report on process for both of those amendments.
So with that comment, and I'll get to you in a minute, Mike, what about if we had something close to the same motion Tom just had without it being an action item, and we could get our stock assessment people to give us an update on where they are in that process? Would anybody like to know? Yeah, go ahead, Barbie.
Also, just a reminder, the Blue Crab FNP amendment plan does, it's redundant, does open up this year. So it would open up July 1st.
Yes, sir.
Just wanted to put a few words on the record here, Mr. Chair. Being part of the last Blue Crab Amendment, going through it, and now coming to this next issue of adaptive management and being brought extremely restrictive recommendation from the division, I don't feel like that this commission has been giving an appropriate amount of information to make a decision, an educated decision on this fishery. This fishery is the anchor of the commercial industry in this state. And it's significant that we get this right. And so come May and make a knee-jerk reaction for some adaptive management measure, I personally, nor do I feel like the industry feel like that's a fair option to that industry. They spent a significant amount of time reacting to the very restrictive recommendations and really did not get time to offer in a way that's constructive other recommendations that would possibly help this fishery out in a pretty significant way, possibly. And so with the new stock assessment coming along and the new inputs from 2025 and the fact that the last two stock assessments conflict so far as the reference points, I feel like we're not prepared to make a truly educated decision here. If you take a look at what other states have done, restrictive measures so far as pot limits, bushel limits, this, that, seasonal effects, they still are in the same trend, even having way more restrictive measures than the state of North Carolina has. So how do you balance the fact that other states have done significant measures and still haven't created an environment to where you can look at it and say, yes, all of these measures have made some significant impact, and then try to mimic that and hope that just so happen in the state of North Carolina the same thing happens? I don't get it. And so my concern here is, going back to my original point, is that we truly haven't sat down and talked about this enough. Because it's an extremely complex fishery, and I don't think it has anything to do with the fact that we're catching crabs at whatever rate. I think it has all to do with habitat. If we had our significant grass beds that we had years and years and years ago back established, I think the crab populations and every other population of species in this state, native to this state, would make great recoveries. But instead, we choose to continue to develop every creek, every river shore, harden as much structure as we can, and disregard the fact that that's the most important thing to this ecosystem. I want to make one more point, back to the doors. In haste, we pushed that plan through and approved it. I tried to make the point that this is not the time to hastily make decisions about this DORA stuff, because you're just leaving it out into the natural for the natural to solve. And yet we want to come back and discuss DORAs again when the plan's not even open. Make it make sense. I've said all of these things before, yet it just seems to get swept under the rug and brought back up at times that it's inappropriate. I just don't get it. And that's why I don't agree that May is an appropriate time to make any decision at this point. And we should allow what we're asking for. What I've heard already is that we need better science, better data, better results from the stock assessments and the abundance indicators and this and that. Give these newly hired stock assessment people a chance to do it. Give them a chance to bring back and make sense of what we truly don't understand. And so that's why I feel like May is inappropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. And so what I'm going to do here is, it seems like that there's quite a few people in here on the commission that also want to know what's going on with blue crab. And so I'm going to ask Jesse to for you and I to put on the next agenda. I want to get the division to come in and give us an update on their stock assessment process and any updated data they have on blue crab. It won't be anything we can get action on, but we can see what's going on, because y'all truly seem, want to know what's going on. So I will put that on the schedule. It's just to get an update on what's going on with that stock assessment that hopefully will be done in October or November. Thank you. Yeah, Doug.
Yeah, my concern actually is not so much on acting, Mr. Blanton and Commissioner Blanton, and I agree with 99.9% of what you said about that. What bothers me a good bit is fair notice to the public about what we're doing and not doing. So the need that you felt, Mr. Chairman, to pocket veto that plan at that point, I don't think is fair service to the public for notification of where we're going. That's not a reflection on you, but we need to share a vision for where we're headed. And so if that is in fact a public statement that adaptive management will not go forward now, and rather than that, here's what the trajectory is, including this stock assessment process and then this public process for interaction with the fishermen to look towards an amendment approximately on this time frame or something like that. That's fine and appropriate. I just don't think it's fair to the users and the public to just stop a process full stop.
And yes, one follow-up to that, Mr. Chair. I don't disagree, Dr. Rader. I truly don't. I just feel like it's time to just, for things like crabs and doras, it takes time to develop these complex issues. And back to the DORA thing, I tried to talk about this at the table of how complex this DORA issue was and that we were not ready to make decisions based on just drawing lines because we had no plan moving forward. And I feel like it's the same thing with crabs. However, I'm not in disagreement with you that just taking it off the table willy-nilly is probably not the right answer either. And transparency should be up front here. But to be transparent, I don't feel like we were giving a fair enough chance to discuss blue crab as a commission, because I don't remember no robust discussion here. All I remember is a recommendation that was so restrictive that it possibly could have taken out the entire blue crab industry in this state. 0 and 5 baskets is not going to make it. And that's what was reacted to. And there was no constructive conversation after that on how to move forward and make a real, true decision and to work through this process. And that's where I'm at. And so I'm not in disagreement that the blue crabs don't need to be talked about, but we need to do it in a constructive way that's gonna actually bring cohesion here instead of animosity. And that's just kind of what I'm trying to say.
Tom, and then we'll go to Sarah.
You know, at least in regards to blue crabs, Commissioner Blanton, I certainly agree with you on just about everything you said. And Dr. Rader, I just want to thank you for your comments. You articulated it better than I could. But while I'm not here to debate a failed motion, I just want to point out that the nature of what I put on there was about the process, right? And it goes to what Dr. Rader said, is that it wasn't given. This is a really important issue. When we talk about blue crabs, fishermen come to the table because it is important. And I just felt that it wasn't necessarily fair to the public process to pull it out. And that was why I made the motion to put it back on there, just so people listening understand that. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I just wanted to say that I don't think that this was the right time to address the DORAs. I think that we're going to be talking about them a little bit in the decision that was made by a really good question that was asked at the end of the meeting last week, which was to find out what the permit process would be about. And now we're talking about rulemaking again. Like, we made a huge jump here. I don't think that we should be talking about DORAs at this part of the meeting at all.
And I don't think that Tom asked for anything to make any rules on. He just wanted data. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I said nothing of the sort of rulemaking, Commissioner Carter. The idea is we had a memo put forward. There's a lot of concerns about it. We want to put it out here, and we want to discuss. It's a difficult process. We want to discuss that difficult process. I said absolutely nothing about rulemaking.
Okay, and I'm going to stop.
Chairman,
Okay, go ahead, William. One last thing, and then we're going to stop it.
My intent in bringing up the issue initially at the last meeting and in discussion today is not to reopen the FMP that we voted on. The question I have is interpretation of what we voted on and uncertainty about interpretation and different interpretation within the memo than what I see in the FMP. And that, it should be, I think, concerned to all of us, whichever way it goes. And it may, whatever way it goes, I just want to be sure that we're getting in the FMP and in management of the DORAs, we're getting what we voted for on at that meeting when we approved the DORA extent.
And last thing I'm going to say here is, Tom, I appreciate you coming before the meeting, and anybody else that has anything that they want to talk about, I don't mind putting anything on there that you guys want. All you got to do is come and ask me before the meeting, and I think this was great discussion. So with that, we'll move forward, and we'll let Barbie have her first opportunity at a chairman's report. I'm sorry, director's report. I'm trying to give you my spot, Barbie.
That's okay. Can everybody hear me? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. I appreciate being here today. I know Kat would very much like to have been here herself, so I appreciate you welcoming me today. To start off with, I want to briefly mention something that you've seen earlier this week, which was the proclamation about Sheep's Head and the new management measures that we've put in place. As a reminder, staff gave you a presentation at your August 2025 meeting that we were planning on doing some upcoming Sheep's Head management based on your MFC rule that was approved in 2014 that granted proclamation authority to the director to implement this management. Starting on March 1st, for both commercial and recreational fisheries, the size limit has changed. Not only has the size limit changed to 14 inches, but the type of measurement has changed from being a fork length measurement to a total length measurement. In addition, there's a new recreational bag limit of 5 fish per person per day. And for commercial fisheries, there's a new trip limit for pound nets at 1,500 pounds per operation per day, but the trip limits for the other gears didn't change. Next up is a brief update on the CHIP. The Habitat Protection staff are drafting the CHIP issue papers for the 2026 amendment. A workshop to cover the science and considerations for thin layer placement. And those projects is being held March 30th in Beaufort. I think that's at the Duke Marine Lab. And also the CHIP steering committee meetings are being scheduled for this upcoming May and July. The next thing is a brief update on the ESA Section 10 ITP. Jason Rock was supposed to be talking with you this afternoon. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. As you may know, Director Rawls closed Management Unit A on December 19th because the estimated number of live Atlantic sturgeon exceeded the target number for the current ITP year, which runs from September 1st of last year through the end of August of this year. So for authorized levels of takes in that ITP, they are on a rolling 2-year cycle. And so any overages or excess takes from this year will be deducted from the number of takes next year. The division staff met with NOAA in late January on the 21st, just to discuss the fact that we did reach that target, the annual target number, more quickly than we had estimated. And NOAA staff are talking internally amongst themselves, and we'll set up a follow-up meeting with us, hopefully in a few weeks, to discuss this further. As you all know, the trial for the CCA lawsuit is underway in Wake County. Plaintiffs have finished their case, and the state has begun presenting its evidence. We don't know when to expect a ruling from the judge, but we'll certainly update you at the next commission meeting on where things stand. So switching gears a little bit, I wanted to provide some updates on staffing. We've had several people retire. David Skinner retired in January. He was in the Morehead City office. He was with the division for more than 20 years. His knowledge of North Carolina fisheries, his experience with the division sampling programs, and just his general presence around the office will certainly be missed. Throughout his career as a technician, he made a habit of consistently exceeding our expectations, and a lot of people, new staff in particular, relied on him for helping them understand the fisheries and the people who fished for them. He also had really strong relationships with his coworkers and also the fishing public, and he'll be sorely missed. But we are happy for him, and we wish him the best in his retirement. So thank you, David Skinner, and hope that you would join me in recognizing his service to the Division of Marine Fisheries and the people of North Carolina. Next, we have Michael Long, who retired as a Marine Patrol officer on February 1st with 28 years of service to the citizens of North Carolina. He began his career with the North Carolina Marine Patrol in February of 2002. He dedicated countless hours to serving the citizens of Brunswick County with professionalism and integrity. And please join me in expressing our gratitude to Michael and congratulating him on his retirement. And we thank you, Michael. And finally, former Major Jason Walker retired on February 1st after 30 years of service with the North Carolina Marine Patrol. So he began his career in Marine Patrol in August of 1998, stationed in Beaufort County. In 2007, he was promoted to sergeant and served in Dare and Hyde counties, and he achieved the rank of captain in 2013 and was promoted to major in 2016. Jason was highly respected by his colleagues and division staff, and the Division of Marine Fisheries, Marine Patrol, and the citizens of North Carolina have been fortunate to benefit from such a dedicated employee who worked tirelessly to protect both the citizen and the state's fisheries resources. So please join me in congratulating Jason and wishing him a fulfilling retirement. You already knew about the retirement of Colonel Carter Witten. His last day was January 1st, and though we are sad to see him go after 30 years of distinguished service to the state of North Carolina and its citizens, we are in good hands. Our new Colonel, Chris Lee, took command as of January 1st. Chris previously served as the captain of District 1, which extends from Ocracoke to the Virginia state line. He brings a wealth of experience to his new role, including 18 years of service with Marine Patrol. His extensive experience ensures a deep understanding of the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead, and his commitment to excellence will undoubtedly enhance our mission, strengthen community relations, and promote safety across our coastal regions. We welcome him and his leadership. And since Jason Walker retired, we also have hired a new major, Eddie Mann. We are pleased to announce his appointment as major effective this week. Major Mann previously served as a sergeant in District 1 and brings significant law enforcement experience to this role. He's been with the North Carolina Marine Patrol for 7 years, but previously served 12 years with the Nags Head Police Department. And we congratulate Major Mann on his promotion, and we look forward to his continued leadership and service. Chairman, I would like for Colonel Lee and Major Mann, if they would please stand up. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with them. The last item for the director's report is to ask Trish Murphy to come up and provide an update on the red snapper EFP.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Bird. I don't know. I mean, you're sitting in for the director. I'm not really sure. Hey, right. But the thing I wanted to point out, and this is just to extend some further compliments to staff as well as the director, is how the sheep's head process was handled, right? Because this is an interesting fishery because we don't have a stock assessment. It's managed by rule, but how it went out, given discussion at the commission and went to scoping, I'm just blown away by how you guys took in all the comment and processed some really common sense changes, which I think are really popular, and also the change in how the fish was measured makes a lot of sense, and it's one of those things I kind of like kicked myself for not thinking of, right? So again, this is just to extend my gratitude to staff for how this was done.
Okay, Trish.
Okay, I guess I'm on? Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Trish Murphy. I represent the division on the South Atlantic Fishery Management Council. And I was going to tell you all more about our application for a South Atlantic exempted fishing permit for red snapper. I think Kat had given you an update, a brief update at your last meeting, but I'm here, I guess, to tell you the rest of the story. So today, I'm going to tell you exactly what an exempted fishing permit is. I'm going to tell you about how we got here, why we put in for an exempted fishing permit, as well as talk about the initial application that we submitted, the NOAA comments that we heard back from on that application, and then what we resubmitted based off those comments. And I believe there is a copy of that EFP in your briefing materials. So, what exactly is an exempted fishing permit? It really is just a permit that authorizes incidental catch of species that may otherwise be prohibited through federal regulations. And it's typically issued by the NOAA Fisheries Regional Administrator, in this case Andy Strelchek with Southeast Regional Office. It's issued for all sorts of reasons as listed here, and our EFP falls under the limited testing and probably data collection. So again, how did we get here? Why did we apply? So first, I kind of want to clarify that North Carolina was not the only state that applied. This is a whole South Atlantic region issue. So Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina, we all applied for EFPs. And so why? Well, basically, no one is happy with how the feds manage recreational red snapper. The feds use inadequate data. They created these 2-day seasons. It's managed as a discard fishery, and recreational fishermen, they just want access to these fish. And just case in point, to illustrate this discard fishery management, is in the latest Secretarial Amendment 59, which came out last year, we actually had an annual catch limit of 509,000 fish. And this does include recreational and commercial, but of those 509,000 fish, 475,000 of those are discards. Again, that counts as commercial and recreational, but the majority of discards are from the recreational fishery. So with all that said and done, the recreational fishery only got 22,797 fish to harvest in that 2-day season last year. So that's really making up a little over 4% of that 509,000 fish. So people are not happy. They want that access. So the recreational industry, they started contacting the 4 states and set up some meetings with us. There was a load of them, and I'll actually give you the list of how many industry members wanted to talk to us. We heard from the Center of Sport Fishing Policy. We heard from the American Sports Fishing Association, the Coastal Conservation Association, the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, and then on top of that, Yamaha and Shimano. So everybody, they met with us over a period of a year last year to discuss how can we do state management. And they kept referring to the Gulf. So the Gulf was dealing with the same frustration, and long story short on that, the states do manage recreational red snapper. So in the meantime, while we were having all these discussions, the states also met amongst ourselves to figure out how do we address this. We've been hearing about it, and I think Tom can speak too. We've been hearing about the frustration of red snapper management at the council as well. So we met amongst ourselves to figure out the best way forward, and basically we all came to consensus that submitting EFPs is probably the way to go. Okay, here's my fancy slide. So while the recreational industry folks were pushing on us, they also started pushing on their politicians. The governor of Florida started pushing on their politicians. So this became political, and this slide is kind of what I want to use to illustrate. So in June, the governors of Florida, Georgia, and South Carolina, they sent a letter to the Secretary of Commerce requesting state management of red snapper and to formally request that we use EFPs to jumpstart. The U.S. congressman started the South Atlantic Red Snapper Task Force. So we have a congressional South Atlantic Red Snapper Task Force in D.C. We have representation from all 4 states. Our representatives from North Carolina are David Rouser and Addison McDowell. And just to let you know too, that is a bipartisan task force. Up there, okay. October, we also had attorneys general from those 3 same states, Florida, Georgia and South Carolina, they sent a letter to the Commerce Secretary basically stating that the states would be better at managing fisheries and requested that management authority actually be transferred to the states, and also offered their support of EFPs. And then in November 13th, there was actually a letter from the members of Commerce, and this was actually a bicameral letter, which I understand is from the House and the Senate, to the Commerce Secretary and from all 4 states. And in your briefing books, if you've got this presentation, there are links to all those letters if you all would like to take a look at them. And then lastly, the President, as you all know, just signed an appropriations bill last month funding the Department of Commerce, as well as providing funding for red snapper monitoring and research. And of that, it's like a little over $3 million for that. 1.15 million is for state EFPs. So just to illustrate, the politics is running high here. So the 4 states all sent their applications in on November 10th. All 4 states did it at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was very organized. And just to point out, before I go any further, Florida's EFP is different from the rest of the states because they're just leaps and bounds ahead of the game as far as managing recreational fishery, their fisheries, plus their participation with the Gulf side of the story. So North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia really are not as far along. So the 3 states worked together and submitted applications that are fairly similar. They're to test a phone application developed by Bluefin Data, and actually is being paid for by Shimano for at least for the next 2 years. And this is to test data collection of red snapper in that federal waters. We also submitted the request for 1 red snapper per person per trip, hook and line gear only. We did request a season to be at the length of an MRIP wave, because that's how MRIP samples. So that way, for comparison purposes, we asked for the same length of season. North Carolina specifically asked for July 1st through August 31st, or basically wave 4. And this was because initially we kind of wanted to compare the 2-day season to a 60-day season and see how fishing behavior may change. The other states, they just had not decided which wave they wanted to set up, so they initially just went with either. They were considering 3, 4, or 5. The other big difference for us between South Carolina and Georgia was they had plans for open access to this application, and we kind of wanted to keep it small, using just 100 participants who would be selected through a lottery system. And it was really more because we were concerned about the capacity to do this EFP funding. We don't have any funding. And we also kind of wanted to be conservative for the stock. So we initially started out with 100 participants. And we started that with the assumption that we would have a 2-day season. As you know, we usually get a 2-day season in July. And unfortunately, that was the wrong assumption. My bad. I made that wrong assumption. I discussed it with A&D Strelchak, and basically I was informed that NOAA Fisheries was not going to do a 2-day season, since basically the idea was the states would manage the fishery. So all the states received their comments from NOAA January 9th, 2026. Pretty much all the comment were relatively similar, especially so with North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia. One of the biggest concerns that that NOAA had was that none of the states provided a number of harvests of red snapper. So we did not request a number for those 60 days, just only that number of days of harvest. Other comments that they provided was they wanted clarification on the projects all being consistent with MSA. They wanted confirmation that the EFPs did not include any changes to the commercial fishery, and they wanted more details on how the states would coordinate amongst all this, these EFPs. They also just wanted to hear more about our survey details. We also met with the NOAA Fisheries to discuss these comments, and during that meeting I did bring up the 2-day season, and basically we were told that we could request a 2-day season, but we would not, there was no guarantee we would get it. And they also, they really didn't care for our sampling methodology either, especially compared to the other states. They, the 100 participants versus the open access muddied the waters, as was they told us. And so, you know, they suggested we think more short-term objectives, working towards that long-term objective of state management. So I worked with South Carolina, Georgia, to become even more similar to their EFPs. So the first thing we did was we removed that 100 participant methodology, and we expanded it to anyone that would attest that they understood that in order to participate in this fishery on this EFP, they would be required to submit red snapper catch information. We updated the objectives to make them more short-term, and basically just we're testing that state-based data collection, that app. We're going to see if we can do some in-season monitoring, and we also want to see if we can determine an offshore sampling universe of anglers that are fishing for red snapper. That's going to help us better identify and quantify those saltwater anglers targeting red snapper, and in the future, this will help us in the future, and as we continue with these EFPs, because this won't be the only EFP. We will probably, all these states are probably going to be pursuing future EFPs. As far as addressing the comments, we did add some language. All 4 states added very similar language that we would be collaborating with other states throughout the whole EFP process. We would be discussing all the challenges. How are we going to resolve these challenges? What are the lessons learned as we go through this? And then also the big thing was to ensure that the data that we collect are as similar as possible for comparison. We also stated that we would meet with NOAA Fisheries and keep coordination with them as we go through and modify these EFPs and go through these EFPs through time. We addressed the MSA concerns as described here in the slide here. And then the harvest limit. The states, we all sat down and again discussed how to provide a harvest limit. And we all agreed that trying to come up with an estimated harvest amount would just be very difficult to project, and it would be an unrealistic projection. Red snapper, they are considered a rare event species, meaning they don't get a lot of intercepts out in the field on the docks. You know, these are also basically 2-day seasons, therefore the data just are not reliable data to use. And we also decided it was not appropriate to project those 2-month seasons based off 2-day seasons. That's because those 2-day seasons are not going to reflect the catching effort that we would see in a 60-day season. So we all decided that we would still request for a number of fish that would be caught during that those waves. So in order to participate, all the private recreational anglers have to do is download that vessel phone app, which is the one that's being designed by Bluefin, and they must attest that they will report their red snapper harvest and discards. And that reporting is required. For hire captains, it's going to be slightly different because they are not reporting through that app. They already have their own systems to report to. So basically, they're going to contact the division, probably me, and request a copy of the EFP. And in order to get that copy of the EFP, they'll need to provide their contact information, their vessel information, and they will also need to prove that they have had a license and a federal permit before January 1st, 2026. And this is just to keep people from making a run with their open access permits. Also the recreation, the commercial the for hire guys are going to have to also attest that they will continue to report to their either, if they're for hire, the for hire integrated electronic reporting program, or if they're the head boat, to report to that regional head boat survey. So the season, we're still keeping the seasons the same, July 1st through August 31st. Also, Georgia and South Carolina, they have also going to stick with the same season that North Carolina proposed. We are still proposing a one fish per person bag limit. However, we are adding vessel limits. So for the private recreational and the charter boat, and those are folks that have 6 or less passengers. It'll be one fish per person or 4 per vessel, whichever is more restrictive. And then for the head boat guys, that's those vessels that have greater than 6. They will be limited to 20 red snapper a vessel. And so the tentative timeline for how this is all going to play out, and this was actually provided to us by NOAA, and some of this has already started. As I said, they received our revised EFPs back in January, and just last week they did publish in the Federal Register the 4 EFPs. They published them together and are now soliciting comments, public comments, for 25 days. The South Atlantic Fishery Management Council will be meeting week after next, and we'll also have the opportunity to comment on these EFPs. And then hopefully in April, NOAA is going to have everything wrapped up, including their environmental analysis. And we are expecting that we should have an EFP in hand May 1st. We'll see how this all plays out with this timeline, but that is the plan. So with that, I think that's my last slide, and so if y'all have any questions.
Yeah, Tom.
Thanks, Trish. I just want everyone to understand how much work this has been and how stressful I'm sure this has been for you. I've been frustrated with the EFP process here because a lot of faith was put on, hey, just do this and maybe funding will come. So it's been a difficult thing, not just for North Carolina, but for all the states. I do get the opportunity to have this discussion at the South Atlantic, so I'm going to keep some of my comments back here. Though I'm excited that the whole South Atlantic delegation is here with Mr. Hemmelwright in the audience. So, we apparently don't spend enough time with each other. So, now that being said, I certainly have my concerns here. May I ask why you chose the 4 fish per person, or the 4 fish per vessel? Did other states do that as well?
No, the other states are sticking with just the one person, okay. one fish per person. In our discussions with division staff when we were working on this was just sort of, we wanted to try to have a little bit of constraint, and so the 4 vessel bag is just what we came up with.
The only other comment I will provide, at the South Atlantic meeting is, here in North Carolina, we're reporting all of our inshore species when you hit the dock, right? Or when you're done fishing if you're shore. So my argument here would be for this. I think we did 24-hour reporting, correct, through the VAP. My only change would be I think you should have to report them when you hit the dock. If we can do it for red drum and trout, I think we can do it for red snapper. The other thing which I guess I've been frustrated with is, we all want more access to this fishery. Everyone is frustrated with the discards in this fishery. But when we look at it, there's just been this assumption, particularly from the recreational industry groups, that, oh, let's just do it like the Gulf. Well, the Gulf has millions of pounds of quota. While these are not an uncommon fish in the South Atlantic, and we do catch a lot of them, we don't have near the biomass. So I am a little bit concerned what's going to happen statewide, or coast-wide per se, because, you know, what happens in Florida, this is a coast-wide stock, can affect us up in here, and people don't understand Florida's catching more than 90% of all the catch and discards, correct? So I guess I have my concern, but people also need to understand that this is big politics, and it's way beyond the council, and it's way beyond the regional administrator, and it's been a priority of the presidential administration.
Yeah, and
I'm going to go to A, and then I'm going to go to Sarah.
Just quick question. What was the vessel limit for neighboring states?
There's not a vessel limit for the neighboring states. Yeah, I think everybody's sticking to one fish per person per day.
Okay, Sarah.
Have you done the math on how much the catch would be increased if you took the per vessel limit for charter boats up to 6, since most of the charter boats out there are 6, and then many of our head boats accommodate 40, 60 people. 20 seems that's kind of a difficult thing if you're running a head boat to limit your catch to 20 people on your boat.
Well, again, it's also about constraining the catch a little bit. I did talk to, and I cannot remember which head boat guy it was. I did talk to him. He was actually pushing for 15. I think he's afraid he's concerned about the stock, and so he felt like 15 would actually be. We discussed more and ended up with 20 with the division. But as far as the math, I don't have the math. But I mean, I know people are concerned. I know the commercial guys are concerned about how, what are we going to end up landing in this, between the 4 states, and how is that going to impact them? I know they're concerned about that. And so this was just our way of trying to compress, to constrain. I also even remember North Carolina at least is at the northern part of the population. So if you looked at a picture, and I could probably pull that up if you want, but majority of the red snapper are down off Florida. So as we work through all this, state allocation is going to be a big deal, and I know that was a big fight in the Gulf. So how the state allocations are going to work out is going to be an interesting topic.
Okay, Doug.
I'm sure this is a stupid question, so stupid answers are invited, but I just want to really and truly where you guys think this is headed, because it's really bass-ackwards in terms of how you really use EFPs, as opposed to, for instance, looking at the ASMFC Mid-Atlantic state-by-state allocation for recreational catch, which is still constrained by the accounting and accountability mechanisms at scale, which just doesn't really seem to be. In other words, if you add up EFPs, you actually don't get a management system at scale, because they're all experimental by definition, so there can't be an accountability measure. So it seems to me not to comport with the Magnuson just on its face, because you still then have to account for discards outside of the EFP process across the region. And so I just wonder, I hope the money's available not to look at how the EFPs are working, but how the overall management is working, and then how that would translate into a proposal for at-scale management. So that's what I'm really asking you guys is, well, I know when legislatures are going their own way, it really sort of...
So you're asking how are we going to pull this off?
No, I want to know where you think you're going, because I don't think I'm not a fan of the state part of the Gulf, especially Texas, which does whatever the devil it wants to do, and irrespective, and then the council deals with the aftermath afterwards. And so if we all do that, then that's a recipe for disaster in my view. So I just wonder where we're going.
So, where we're going. At I think it was actually our September council meeting, there was a vote to initiate an amendment to the Snapper Group or Fishery to start addressing this. And these EFPs, in theory, are going to help inform that amendment. I think figuring out the allocation between all the states is going to be the tough one. As far as discards outside our EFP, MRIP is still in place, so they'll be collecting their data as per usual. We are not, but that data will still be collected. The data is questionable, but that's why we're here. It's like this loop. We just we really can't use the data to come up with a harvest number, but at the same time, they're continuing to collect this questionable data that they're using to manage, and so we're trying to get out of that loop. And as I said earlier, and even just talking to Georgia and stuff, we're managing discards. The management has been the discards, not the fishery, and I think we're trying to hope to get out of that loop.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to figure out for this year what happens. Because otherwise there's an accountability requirement. And so let's say 750 or 800 or 900 or a million fish are caught. Otherwise, that would then induce a reduction in targets in the following years. But here, what happens when the estimate is that it's twice the allowable catch or something like that?
I don't know. I think it's real. I don't really know the answer. I think it's going to be up to NOAA. I think
it just seems like that needs.
But remember, we have 509,000 fish to play with. So right now they've been counting.
You want to take any bets about how many?
So we're trying to maybe see if we can change those discards into harvest. So and accountability. The accountability measure right now is just the length of season. So that's our accountability measure. Florida's doing 39 days. The rest of us are doing 62 days. That closes the fishery, is the end of those season.
And I'm going to go to John, then you, Tom, and then we're going to move on. So go ahead, John.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say I know this has been a pain in the butt for you because doing anything with red snapper is. Question I have is just listening to everything and going back to the question that's been asked a few times when you talk about the 4 fish per vessel limit and the 20 to the head boat. You said the other states to do it. I guess my question to you is, why do it? I know you said you just wanted to be constrained, but what was your purpose of being constrained? What proved that you needed to be constrained? Because you're saying that, I've heard y'all say several times that the majority of red snapper are in Florida. Well, as commercial bottom fishermen and running charters bottom fishing, I can just tell you what we're seeing is we're seeing more red snapper than we ever have. So if we're going to do this, why not do 6 per vessel for a charter boat? Why not let the head boats get more? Because you said you talked to one head boat guy. I'd be more than happy to provide you with the phone numbers and info of several more that would say they're losing business because people are having to throw back so many red snappers, and they would love to be able to get more to the boat. So, and wouldn't that reporting, since we have to agree to report the catch, and these fishermen will do it, if they're showing that they're catching more red snapper, wouldn't that give you the info to show that maybe that constraint isn't needed, as opposed to the knee-jerk reaction of saying automatically let's take away instead of let's give more, and maybe we can get more info to prove that there are more fish, that there are becoming more north, because I know people, you said northern, there's people in Virginia. I know bottom fishing guys at bottom fish north of Virginia that have caught red snapper, have been doing it for 30, 40 years, so they've never seen one in their life until now. So there's something happening, so why not let the public do the work for you by keeping fish?
Well, actually, the CFP is letting the public do the work for us, but we just felt we'll know more after this first year. We just felt we'd be a little risk averse, to the fishery. I know we do have probably fewer but larger fish up here, and let's see if we can, this first year, let's just be a little risk averse. And I know, as Dr. Rader pointed out, what happens if we do go over? At least North Carolina did its part to try to not go over. And maybe we learn from this first year, and that you're right. We don't need to constrain it. So I think this is just, again, this is the first year we're trying to learn. We're going to learn a lot from this first year, even probably from whatever mistakes we made. And maybe that is a mistake, but at this point, we just want to, be a little careful here. I was going to say something else. Yeah, well, anyway, if it comes back to me, I'll tell you. But well, okay, now I remember. So, when we decided we didn't want to give them a number because it would be based off inadequate data, after this first year, we'll have a better feel of what the catch and effort will be just from 60 days. And again, we may learn that we don't need those vessel limits, but we'll have a better feel of what's out there, what the effort is, and then probably for year 2, we would be able to come up with a harvest number to project a harvest number based off this, because in theory, we should be getting much improved data over the MRIP data. So that's all I got for you.
Okay, Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Rader, you brought up, your disagreement with how the states manage things in the Gulf, and that's actually, there's a lot of disagreement with how things manage are managed in the Gulf, and I've been very fortunate to be the South Atlantic liaison to several Gulf meetings lately, and fishermen are coming to that council and saying, hey, things are not great. We want less days. We want less fish. I have to travel 3 times farther to catch them now. People are saying it's not collapsing, but the fish are smaller, there's less of them, and they have to go further. So, and that goes into, at the last council meeting, I expressed, in this exact room actually, I expressed my, the fact that I didn't really support the EFP process in general, though I do support the idea of getting more access to this fishery. Though, when we look at our EFP versus the other states, we're in a tricky situation. And I appreciate us expanding this EFP to be more similar to the other states. Though I think they all went too far, this state is being further disadvantaged by the more access these other states have when we get to the point of state-by-state allocation. Because when we look at like MREP sampling in Florida, these fish aren't as far offshore. They have, these fish are being intercepted more. When it comes to North Carolina, it's very clear that just the nature of the offshore fishery and fewer people prosecuting it, MRAP just really isn't capturing these catches and discards like we would otherwise see. And I believe that's why we have a smaller percentage of it. So if this is how we're going to do it, I think this is the right way, even though I think in general the process is pretty difficult. But again, thank you for your work, Trish.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. I appreciate it.
I have nothing further for the director's
further?
report. Yeah, thank you.
You can come do this part, and then I can go. Okay, so we get Catherine now.
Chairman Corbett, if it would be possible, could we take like a 10-minute break so we can get everything set up for that presentation? If
That would
anybody
be
has
great,
to check out of their
Jesse.
hotel room,
That's
go ahead
a
and do
great
that.
idea. So a 10-minute break.
So badly.
Guess what? Jesse now determines.
Yeah, but everybody else
Like I did. And that, oh my bad. Use the banker. Use the banker. Do one.
All right, everybody get back to your seats. We'll get started again. Now that we're done with our Jesse break. Good morning, Catherine.
Hello.
Think we're gonna make it?
Well, Philip said he was going to start hitting Jesse with that.
I don't know, but I told him that's the last break he gets.
Yeah, he told him to go ahead and get all the break out of his system. This was it. Here comes Jesse. We're always waiting on him. I didn't see Mike, so we'll go ahead and you can go ahead. He knows all of it.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you all know, but maybe folks here in the room or listening online don't, I'm Catherine Bloom. I'm the division's rulemaking coordinator for the Marine Fishery Commission rules. And today I'll provide an update to you on the status of rulemaking in support of your ongoing rulemaking cycles. Today you're scheduled to vote on your preferred management option for the one subject in the 2026-2027 rule package, and that's Atlantic Bonito management. On the screen is an overview of the presentation. We're going to start with your 2024-25 and 2025-26 rulemaking cycles, and both of those are well underway. And then we'll jump into your 26-27 cycle, and as I said, that just has that one subject of Atlantic Bonito management. And that's where at the end of the presentation, you're scheduled to vote on that preferred management option for that preliminary action. All right, we'll start with the 2024-2025 rulemaking cycle. As I said, this one is well underway. You began the formal steps in the rulemaking process at your August 2024 business meeting. And that's 8 rules covering 3 different subjects. The Interstate Wildlife Violator Compact rules became effective June 1st of last year, and so there's just 2 rules remaining from this package. One is for false albacore management, and the other is for pot marking requirements. We are awaiting the legislative review process in the 2026 short session for both of these rules, and the earliest we could expect those rules to become effective is around June 1st of this year. You began those formal steps for this package at your August 24 meeting, as I said, so you can see the additional time that can be involved for the legislative review process. And that will be important to understand and reinforce later in the presentation. Okay, next up is the 2025-26 cycle, also well underway. Now for this cycle, you began the formal rulemaking steps last year at your May meeting. We've got 9 different rules covering 2 subjects. And those subjects are permit rule amendments and conforming rule amendments for franchises and also shellfish leases. So these rules are in the same boat as the 2 rules that are left from your 24-25 cycle. We're awaiting the legislative review process in this year's short session. So same date, the earliest that they could become effective is around June 1st of this year. So now all 11 rules have kind of caught up and they're all in that same position waiting for the short session. All right, the last of the 3 cycles is the 2026-2027 rulemaking cycle. This one is in development and scheduled for preliminary action today. As I've said already, the only subject for this package is Atlantic Bonito management. We're going to go over just a quick reminder of how we got to this point, more so for, again, the public listening online. At your May 2024 business meeting, you passed a motion to request that the division staff develop an issue paper
for Atlantic Bonito management, including landings information and proposed rule language, using the previous Sheepshead issue paper as a model to follow. So we had some key vacancies that needed to get filled, and once we did that, division staff member Jackie Deegan presented background information about the life history and catch characteristics of Atlantic Bonito. That was last year at your August business meeting. Then at that meeting, you passed another motion to ask the division staff to bring proposed rulemaking language for a 5-fish recreational bag limit per person for Atlantic Bonito to your November 2025 business meeting. In November, I was back before you again, giving you that presentation, and contained a preview of 3 options for proposed rulemaking language for Atlantic Bonito to satisfy that August motion. All right, so today, all of that has occurred and comes to the point of being able to provide to you the completed Atlantic Bonito issue paper. And that's consistent with those previous motions and the division presentations so far. You can find the issue paper in the rulemaking section of your briefing materials. And it contains the different sections that are listed on the screen, and we're going to cover a few highlights from the different sections of the paper. First up, the issue itself. In this case, it's to develop a rule to be able to implement regulations on the harvest of Atlantic Bonito. Essentially, put a tool in the toolbox. And the origination of this issue, of course, is by request of the Marine Fisheries Commission. I will take just a second to acknowledge the author of the issue paper, who is unable to be at this meeting like so many of our staff. Jackie Deegan, she is shown here fishing for Atlantic Bonito with one of her sons. And great picture, and she said it was okay to use it, so just to let you know. All right. Thank you, Jackie. Next up is the background section of the paper. This is the largest section. It contains a lot of tables and figures. And for a data-limited species, Jackie did a great job of gathering and summarizing what it is we do know. The information Jackie presented to you last August has been incorporated into this section of the paper, and that now contains the life history of Atlantic Bonito, description of the recreational and commercial fisheries, the unknown stock status, and the data we do have, and then the current management, which is very limited. The background section also emphasizes that in addition to having no stock assessment and no fishery management plan, Atlantic Bonito are a data-limited species, and caveats are given in the issue paper about how to evaluate the data for management use, depending on the % standard errors, as there are for some of the recreational data. All right, included in the life history section, let's try that again. Life history information is the human interaction with Atlantic Bonito. What do I mean? We're talking about the general misidentification of the species and the use of many common names for the species, some of which we heard in our public comments last night and this morning. So these factors may exacerbate the uncertainty of some of the data discussed in the background section. Trends in North Carolina recreational and commercial fisheries are discussed, as well as how North Carolina's fisheries fit into the bigger coastwide picture. Due to the limited amount of data from both recreational and commercial fisheries, trends are described over multiple time periods. So I just wanted to alert you to that as you read through the paper. Major changes are highlighted in the modern fisheries over the past decade. As I mentioned, the stock status of Atlantic Bonito is considered unknown. And so far in the United States, Massachusetts is the only state that has adopted regulations for Atlantic Bonito, though it has been discussed at federal and interstate levels and by some other individual states. Rhode Island held a public hearing on proposed false albacore and Atlantic Bonito regulations earlier this week. Their public comment period ends March 6th. Okay, let's talk about the authority section of the issue paper. It's kind of my favorite. It's what I do, right? The Marine Fisheries Commission has broad statutory authority to adopt rules, but right now there's not a rule in place for management of Atlantic Bonito. That's what brought us here. The Commission must adopt a rule to be able to implement regulations for it. All right, the discussion section of the issue paper comes next, and it fleshes out various ways to address the issue. This section contains a summary of your motions and discussions from your recent business meetings. And evaluation of possible unintended consequences of various management options is also part of this discussion section, and we'll walk through the actual management options themselves in just a moment. There's also a great summary of the recreational and commercial fisheries data, the extensive data that's in the background section. Jackie pulled all that together at the end of the discussion section, and we'll highlight that next. All right, so some of those highlights of the recreational and commercial fisheries. Landings from the recreational sector have increased in state waters over the last 10 years, and North Carolina accounts for 22% of the overall coastwide landings, and that's Massachusetts to the east coast of Florida. Additionally, trends in the number of recreational harvested fish have increased, while trends in the number of released fish have remained stable over time. Currently, there's no targeted commercial fishery for Atlantic bonito in North Carolina. Due to the opportunistic nature of the fishery, commercial trips typically land less than 50 pounds per trip, and trips exceeding 300 pounds make up less than 5% of the total number of trips in state and federal waters. There appears to be no biological concern for the Atlantic bonito stock since there's no evidence of size truncation in the commercial and recreational fisheries over the past decade, and most fish are caught at or above the length at which 50% of the fish population is sexually mature and can spawn, L50. In this case, that's 15 inches fork length. Now that's true except for the most recent 2 years of data, which is 2023 and 2024. On the other hand, it's also unknown if the higher harvest in recent years is sustainable or not sustainable. While these trends do not indicate the need for immediate management, it would be prudent to continue to monitor landings and collect additional biological information for the species. It would be prudent to put a tool in the toolbox by adopting a rule to have the capability to implement management measures if needed. All right, let's talk about the management options. There's 4 management options presented in the issue paper: status quo and 3 proposed rule options. And you had a preview of those rule options in November. It's important to understand that a proposed rule becoming effective would establish a management tool, but implementation of management measures requires additional steps that are consistent with how the proposed rule options are constructed, and I'll explain. These steps include the division presenting the most recent data to the Commission, Commission consent that management measures are needed based on that data, outreach and education to the regulated public that management will be changing, and identification of an appropriate date for the proclamation that would be issued to become effective so the regulated public can prepare. So these are steps that would occur after a rule became effective, with one exception I'll explain. There's just one portion of one of the rule options, that's option 4, that has the 5-fish recreational bag limit per person per day. That is different. That would be effective upon the rule becoming effective. That management measure would automatically be in place. Any other management measure would undergo the process I just outlined. All right. Let's talk about the benefits and challenges of the 3 proposed rule options. Okay. What the 3 rule options have in common, that's where we'll start, and then we'll look at differences between those options. So all 3 proposed rule options would put a rule in place for implementing management measures if landings substantially increase. They have the potential to address resource issues that can benefit the population. They offer management measures that can be quickly adapted to changing conditions or recommendations. And they allow the fisheries director to address conflict or competition issues if those issues develop among fishermen. But each one of these rule options would be undertaking rule development for a coastwide stock with limited data and an unknown stock status. All right, so now we're going to walk through each management option one at a time to look at how those options differ from one another, and that should hopefully help inform your selection of a preferred management option today. And Mr. Chairman, I know we're doing things a little more granular today, but there's some subtle differences between these rule options that I hope are helpful for me to walk through with you all. Okay, option 1, status quo. This one's more self-evident. If you select option 1, there would continue to be no rule in place for the management of the species, and the proposed rulemaking process would end. If Atlantic bonito landings substantially increase, there would be no mechanism in place to regulate harvest. And so status quo would mean the division would continue to monitor informally via the License Statistics Annual Report. That's also known as the Big Book. We talked to you about that at your last meeting. It's available electronically now. So that's how we would proceed. And I'm going to pause just a minute and take one sip of water. This is an awfully long presentation. Okay. Next up is the first of the rulemaking options. This is option 2. And this one most closely matches the current sheep's head rule. That was part of your original motion. It would provide the fisheries director with the greatest scope of management measures to manage the Atlantic bonito fishery and flexibility to address variable conditions in the fishery. There's a notable difference between this rule and the construction of the sheep's head rule. The proposed rule text for this option, as well as the other 2 rule options that we'll look at next, includes the additional constraint of prior commission consent before a proclamation can be issued. So this is after the rule becomes effective. This is the additional steps that would be required. The text in question is circled in red on the screen, and I just mentioned it in the process of implementing management measures upon a rule becoming effective, right? We bring data, commission consent, reach out to the public, identify an effective date. There's lots of ways the commission can constrain its delegation to the fisheries director for issuance of a proclamation, and this prior MFC consent is one of those ways. So if an Atlantic bonito rule becomes effective, it would be only the 3rd rule with this mechanism in it. And so it provides doing that. Like, why would we do that? Putting that in there provides the opportunity during a public meeting for the commission to review and discuss the proposed issuance of a proclamation, since there is no baseline stock assessment and there is no fishery management plan for addressing adaptive management when landings have been variable year to year. If you're curious, the other 2 rules with that same constraint, one is entitled Prohibited Fishing Activity Due to Public Health or Safety. And that is also contingent on a warning or advisory by the state health director, so rare event. The other one is the trawl nets rule, just one portion of that rule for requiring bycatch reduction devices and tailbag modifications in trawl nets. Prior commission consent is also required, but it's embedded in the shrimp fishery management plan. So this is, sort of a rare use of how to constrain your authority when you delegate it to the director, but it's not novel. And it does ensure discussion about implementing management measures for such a data-limited species will occur in a public meeting, so the regulated public can be informed, provide comments, and plan accordingly. All right, next up, option 3. And this one's very similar to option 2. It does include one thing that's different. And so you'll see circled in red near the bottom of the screen the phrase not to exceed 5 fish per person per day for recreational purposes. So that's in subparagraph 6. Why is that there? All right, well, this option does provide a mechanism to implement the 5 fish recreational bag limit that the commission requested in its motion. But a maximum 5 fish bag limit, while it would cap recreational harvest, it would also limit access based on limited data. But setting a maximum ceiling on the recreational bag limit of 5 fish is consistent with your August 2025 motion. It also serves to preserve the commission's stated intent over time and through changes of individual directors or commissioners. The flexibility to set a lower bag limit is preserved to address variable conditions in the fishery and consider the uncertainties in the Atlantic bonito life history and the unknown stock status. All right, the last of the options is option 4. And this option is just like option 3 with one exception. The 5 fish recreational bag limit is proposed in the permanent rule itself in paragraph A, circled in red on the screen. And so as I've said previously leading up to this slide, this version of the rule becoming effective means that when the rule becomes effective, the 5 fish bag limit is in place. As I mentioned a few slides back, this is the only requirement where something would immediately be in effect. When the rule becomes effective, any of the other management measures would undergo that process I described, bringing the data to you, prior consent, outreach to the public, and identifying a date so folks can plan. All right, also near the bottom of the screen, circled in red, this is subparagraph B6, delegation by the Commission to the Fisheries Director to issue a proclamation to manage quantity would be limited to the commercial fishery, again, if needed. Because the 5-fish recreational bag limit is set in permanent rule, you wouldn't be modifying that. The quantity itself would just be pertaining to the commercial fishery if needed. So this is because if the Commission intends for the recreational bag limit to be set at exactly 5 fish, then in simple terms, the bag limit's not considered variable. That requirement should then be placed in permanent rule. So this is the rule option that most directly addresses the request from the Commission for a 5-fish recreational bag limit. Inclusion of unlawful language in paragraph A automatically subjects the proposed rule to the legislative review process, so it will take longer for the rule to become effective. Also, setting a 5-fish bag limit in the actual permanent rule may limit harvest if anglers begin keeping more than they currently do, but it also could increase discards, and it may serve as a target or goal for anglers to retain more than they currently do. A 5-fish bag limit would cap harvest, but it would also limit that harvest based on limited data, and a 5-fish bag limit could have an economic impact on recreational fisheries. All right, we're going to pull all of that together to talk about the trade-offs between certainty of management measures and how quickly those regulations could be implemented. So option 1, status quo, means rulemaking process is over. There's no rule in place to implement management if needed. Options 2 and 3, that's for a proposed rule. It would use the fishery director's proclamation authority to implement management if needed. And again, following Commission consent based on the most recent data, so it will take time to complete the implementation steps. Options 2 and 3 could be effective as early as February 1st, 2027, and that's in a perfect world with everything going absolutely smoothly. But it could be as late as summer of 2028 or even later, depending on how the entire rulemaking process unfolds, and much of that is out of both the Commission and the Division's control. All right, option 4 would use rulemaking. It would be in the actual rule for the recreational bag limit when the rule becomes effective. And then, as I've said, any other management, if needed, would be by way of the fishery director's proclamation authority. And then that same process, prior Commission consent based on the most recent data, and it will take time to do those steps to implement any management that may be needed other than that 5-fish recreational bag limit. Option 4, as I've said, is automatically subject to legislative review. So the timing works out such that it could be effective. Again, perfect world, everything lays out absolutely perfectly. Late March of 27 at the earliest. Could be summer of 28, could be later. So those are the steps that once it leaves the Marine Fisheries Commission, still going through the Rules Review Commission and possibly the General Assembly. These trade-offs are all part of the decision-making. That's why I've gone through it in such a granular level that I usually don't do. This rule is just a little different, and so I wanted to make sure to walk through how those things connect as far as informing your preferred management option selection today. The last section of the paper is the division recommendation. The division recommends option 2 because it provides the broadest range of management tools and the flexibility needed to respond to changing fishery conditions. Option 2 most closely matches the current sheepshead rule, except for the addition of the constraint of the Commission consent before a proclamation could be issued. And implementation of management measures for option 2 would require those additional steps that I described earlier. So next steps in the process, where are we? You've received that Atlantic Bonito management issue paper that you requested as well. But if rulemaking is what you select and that fiscal analysis process is completed, then you'd be able to begin the formal steps in the rulemaking process at your May meeting, 2026, and that would be to vote on approval of notice of text for rulemaking. That vote covers both the proposed rule and the fiscal analysis of those proposed rule changes. If you select a rulemaking option as your preferred management, this slide summarizes the various public comment opportunities for a proposed rule by way of these business meetings and the various steps required by law in the Administrative Procedure Act. And the listed opportunities are in addition to the public comment sessions at your August and November meeting when we already brought some of the information about Atlantic Bonito to you. So walking through this timeline, you accepted public comment at this meeting here in Kitty Hawk, and we heard from several folks about Atlantic Bonito. Your May and August business meetings this year are opportunities for the public to give additional comments about Atlantic Bonito management. Part of the Administrative Procedure Act requires a 60-day public comment period with a hearing. That would be in the August-September timeframe later this year. And then any public comments that were submitted, you would get those at your November business meeting. And again, the public could provide comments to you about Atlantic Bonito as they can about any fisheries issue. The Administrative Procedure Act also sets forth requirements for the Rules Review Commission meetings relative to public comment, and even if a proposed rule becomes effective, prior MFC consent would be needed to implement any management measures other than that 5-fish bag limit in option 4. And the division would conduct outreach to regulated stakeholders about any forthcoming management to be implemented by proclamation. If you select a rule option as your preferred management option, there are numerous public comment opportunities built into the process. And importantly, the public can comment on the proposed rule and the analysis. So the action item for you today is to select your preferred management option and associated proposed rulemaking language for the Atlantic Bonito management issue paper. I'm glad to take any questions you may have, and I'll leave the presentation up with the action item framed.
Okay, and I'm going to go to Tom, and then I'm going to go to A.
So, Catherine, I'm going to start off with a couple questions for you here, just quick clarifications. So when we talk about the time frame of all the different options slated, option 4 is automatically subjective to legislative review. Is it not true that sub 2 and 3 would also be if there was 10 letters submitted?
Yes.
And since we always get 10 letters submitted, I'm assuming that they're probably going to be on the same timeline.
Well, actually getting 10 letters of objection has been rarer for commission rules. Most recently, though, it did occur for the false albacore rule. So as I outlined at the top of the presentation, we're currently in that do loop waiting, for the legislative review process. So the short answer is the range of dates that are provided in the presentation for options 2 and 3, that range is due to the possibility of it ending up with legislative review.
Thank you. That was for that clarification. Mm-hmm. The second one is when we look at option 4 and we have that built-in 5-fish bag limit, we could change that with rule suspensions, correct? So we could have a rule suspension to make it 2 or a rule suspension to make it 10. Am I correct?
So with one clarification I would make, the we, and the we initially is the division director because of the proclamation authority and the rule suspension authority, right? Mm-hmm. And as I think we've had some discussion about, all of that has to be based on addressing a variable condition that would have to be in play. The short answer is yes, that can happen. The longer answer is you need the variable condition in play to first suspend a portion or an entire rule, and then you need authority in place to put something back. And in this case, we would be able to have both of those, but the we is the division director, and then of course the commission has to approve any recent proclamations that were rule suspensions at your next meeting.
Okay. I mean, thank you for that very technical and professional clarification, but the greater point that I wanted to provide to this commission is that if we were to choose option 4, that does not mean we have to have a 5-fish bag limit long term, though it was the intent of this commission due to our previous motions to have a 5-fish bag limit. So, I mean, I'm happy to have discussion here. I don't know if anybody wants more. I'm also happy to put a motion on the floor. So,
go ahead, Dave.
I have a few comments. First, thank you, Catherine. And if Jackie's listening, her issue paper was awesome, so thank you, Jackie. Obviously, I've been for this rulemaking from day one, and I mentioned way back then a lot of times I feel like we're reactive and not proactive, and I think this is being proactive for a specific fishery. One of our duties is to protect and preserve fish stocks and the resource, and I think that's doing so. We've seen effort shift, and I've said this numerous times, to where egregious fishing behavior is occurring, to where people are going out and killing 100 fish. And I've said this before too, there's not a long shelf life, they don't freeze, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you know, I think holding recreational anglers accountable and responsible is something that we should do. Furthermore, I'm in support of option 4, and I read through all the public comments. The majority.
Yes, sir, Tom.
With that, thank you so much for your comments. I agree with you wholeheartedly. But with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve option 4, or select option 4.
A second.
And I can provide some rationale. I mean, obviously, you know, we've been talking about this for 2 years. The public comment has been overwhelmingly in support of it. I think it's also important to note that this is primarily a fishery that occurs from Cape Lookout to the South Carolina line in North Carolina. It's a big deal in the southern part of the state. And I know they pass through up here, but it's a big deal in the southern part of the state. And we have seen a lot of egregious behavior recently as new fishing methods and new technologies have been implemented in this fishery. And there's been a lot of concern. This really originally came to the commission after about 2 or 3 years of people seeing catches of 75, 100, 150 fish, and a bunch of recreational fishermen and guides provided public comment and wrote to the commission and the chairman at the time, who was Rob Bizzle, saying, hey, please take this up. And that's when we took this up by this first motion. I obviously know there's concern. People say that we shouldn't be managing these data-limited species. We're living a different time now. We live in a time of limited resources, limited science. We can barely manage the fish that our hallmark species that we have stock assessments for. And so this is why we're going to need to be looking for ways in which to manage important species if we are data limited in that time frame. So with that, I believe that this is the right mechanism in which to go forward.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I have a couple more comments just on data limited. There is data out there, and the data is showing landings and harvest is increasing. So if effort is shifted and, you know, people are catching 100 fish, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to figure out that we're going to end up with a problem. So that's one. Two, and then the comment on, you know, technology. We talk about spot lock, sonar, side scan, panoptics. The evolution of technology is out of our control, and that's not just on this fishery. That's on every fishery, inshore, offshore. I mean, look at all the blue marlin with Omni and the controversy on that. That's something that we can't control, and that's just an evolution of technology. So I think that's kind of a moot point for all fisheries.
All right, go ahead, John.
I had a question, but now it's going to turn more to comment. And the more I sit and think about this, and I know Roller put up a motion for proposing 4, but I don't know if I need to make another motion for it, but I'm just leaning more towards keeping things status quo, and I can give you a bunch of reasons why. And the reason why I'm saying that is I get where everybody's saying, let's be proactive, let's do something. But the knee-jerk reaction of, man, we need to slow this down. These fish, regardless of what you do, these fish are only here for a month out of 12. Maybe a month and a half, 2 at the most. We're not catching them. They're highly migratory. They're here, then they're gone. This is something where people can actually go catch fish, and they're doing it. Now, it's human nature. The people are going to probably catch more than what they should. It happens. But why are we going to make regulations that we have literally no reason to do it other than feelings? Not facts, feelings. Make an emotional reaction, not an actual real reaction to these emotions. And that really, really bothers me that if we're catching 22% of the fish, they're saying that's the other 78% of the country that isn't doing it. We're one state out of all of this. We're one place. There's no federal regulations on this fish. The federal government's not doing it, so what makes us think we're better just because we feel like we should start regulating the fish that we have no data, no real data other than social media of what's being caught? And yeah, you're catching the fish, but just because the number's high doesn't mean that the population of fish isn't. There's nothing to show that there's not plenty of fish to sustain the 1 to 2 months of fishing that's occurring. So just leave it alone. I appreciate the issue paper. I appreciate the work was done because it just amplified the things that I'm saying. If you really break it down, it's just proving this point. There's no reason for us to make regulations on a fishery that has not been proven to need it and also hasn't been proven to need it in the near future. We all know anything can change over time, but and like I said, we're having a hard time regulating keeping things as it is. We're always going to keep an eyeball on it regardless, no matter how you write it. But please, I don't see any reason why to mess with Bonito, just let them be.
All right, so you asked a question there of what you had to do if you wanted to do absolutely nothing. There's two options. You can, we got a motion, we got a second. We can move on with that and take that vote. And if that vote was to fail, then you could do a status quo if you wanted to, or, because I've been asking the attorney because I don't know. So what is the other thing he can do?
The only other way to consider something, the only other way to consider something else is to either offer an amendment or a substitution to the motion, and then you would need to, the commission would have to vote on that amendment or that substitution, and then depending on the outcome, return back to the main motion that's on the floor. So if you're asking how, how you could perhaps change the motion, an amendment or substitution, offering an amendment or substitution is one way to do that. But short of that, then it would be appropriate to move to the vote. And if it fails, then something else could be done. But if it passes, nothing contrary to that vote, no action contrary to that vote could be considered because it would be dilatory under Robert's rules.
See why I told him to tell you. But so that is your opinion. But first, we're going to go to Tom, and then A.
So thank you. I'm going to address some of your comments here, Commissioner Millett first. But, one of the things we keep hearing is they're not here very long. They're not here very long. Yeah, most of our species aren't here very long. Bonito here a lot longer than our cobia migration. They're here a lot longer than the bulk of the wahoo fishery and countless other of our pelagic and migratory fisheries. Also important to note, we hear about other states. Well, Massachusetts puts regulations in place. Rhode Island is putting regulations looking at a 3 or a 5 fish bag limit, as well as addressing commercial fisheries. I know there's been a little controversy there. Also, it's important to note Connecticut, another huge, they catch these in the Long Island Sound in pretty big numbers, as well as the state of New York are also undergoing it as well. Just their process are a little bit different. But when it comes to data-limited species, sheepshead are a data-limited species, and sheepshead were certainly a data-limited species when we enacted this same rule, same verbiage, in which to manage a species that people felt needed some management, and quite frankly has been quite popular. We even had a comment last night from someone who came and said, I don't really want Bonito, but I really appreciate what you did with sheepshead. It's the same thing. And John, I was kind of surprised by your abrupt change in comments here. It's just important to note that you seconded the motion at a previous meeting to move this forward. And, I really appreciate you're on the South Atlantic Mackerel Advisory Committee. And that last meeting, you passionately argued for the South Atlantic Council to try to manage Bonito, even though that North Carolina was the only state that managed them in any capacity. So I understand that you have some change of heart here, but you've also changed your argument over time.
All right, and I'm going to A first because he was first, then I'll go.
I'm going to let John speak just so he can counter what.
Go ahead.
I'll say this as delicately as possible. I appreciate you thinking you know what goes through my brain. Because that's apparently what you just said. So what I'm telling you is what I said at the meeting, since you like to use my words. I said I felt like it should be looked at. I didn't say we should make regulations. I said look at it. Because I didn't say you got to do it. I could look at anything, doesn't mean I need to start making rules on it. That was all I said, no more, no less. And like a lot of things, it took to a snowball. So that is my thoughts that went through my brain that came out of my mouth, and that's what I meant. That is the only thing. I'm the only person who knows what I think and I say. So the next time you want to make an assumption before doing it here, you can just ask me. And I'll tell you exactly what I think, because I'm sure you have no problem telling.
Thank you, John. All right, go ahead, A.
Just four little comments. One, I mean, again, data limited, but there is data suggesting increased landings and harvest. Two, this is a regulation or a rule for recreation, not commercial. So, I mean, again, this is limiting recreational anglers. Three, it is flexibility to change either way going forward. So all positive things. And then the last comment, when I was reading through the white paper, it said may increase discards. I would argue the opposite. I think that it will decrease discards. Once people catch 5 fish, they're going to pack up and go. So I'd kind of argue the opposite of that, and that wasn't pointed out.
Go ahead, Doug.
Only a caution to all of us to be careful about the language data limited as a descriptor of this fishery or others, because frankly that's a technical term, and there are thousands of papers that have been peer-reviewed and published now to look at the processes for scientific treatment of species with different stocks with different levels of data richness. And so, in fact, I personally helped develop lots of money to be paid to help scientists develop data-limited stock assessment protocols that pass peer review and are every bit as well respected, in some ways perform better than some of the more data-rich long-term traditional approaches. So what I'm interested in here is the flip side of that, because otherwise we could not ever do anything waiting for perfect information that will always be outdated and will always be chasing our tail. That doesn't mean we go forward higgledy-piggledy, but rather instead look at what appropriate precautionary management is while we put those other mechanisms in place. And I have to say right now, including politically finding the resources. Because, I mean, we've got really great stock assessment people, and we're hamstringing them based on not giving them adequate resources to do the job. So what I would like to actually see is if we could find the time, to have them have a more synoptic view of all the species that ought to be managed under scientifically appropriate protocols, and look at where the big deficiencies lie, and then come back to that. I know some people feel like we're sort of chasing our tail by doing species ad hoc, this one and that one and the other one. It would be really helpful to me to really look at the fished landscape, seascape, and see where the holes reside so that we can look at what appropriate scientific treatment would be today and later. But in the meantime, I know I voted for this before and will vote for it, option 4 this time, but it's because I think it's an appropriate precautionary treatment of data-limited fish. And so hopefully we can get some more expertise.
So with that, we got a motion and a second. Let's and we've had plenty of discussion. Let's move for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Blanton?
Abstain.
Commissioner Claus?
Yes.
Commissioner Gardner?
Nay.
Commissioner Hobgood?
Yes.
Commissioner Millette?
No.
Commissioner Rader?
Yes.
Commissioner Roller?
Yes.
Commissioner Service?
Yes.
And Chairman Corbett.
All right, so that passes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll
Thank
get
you.
to work on the fiscal note, and we'll see you in May.
Thank you. All right, now we get to go to Dan Zapp and Jeff Dobbs. I get to pick on you guys now.
This presentation pulled up. There was a gray silicone wedding band found in the men's restroom. If anybody's missing it, I have it up here at the front up here. After the meeting, I'll turn it into the front desk if it hasn't been claimed.
All right, so good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dan Zaff. I'm one of the FMP coordinators based out of the Morehead City office. With me today is Jeff Dobbs. He's the other FMP coordinator, also based out of Morehead City. So recently you've been seeing us presenting information related to various FMPs that are open, but that's actually not the entirety of our role as FMP coordinators. Once an FMP is adopted by the Commission, the work doesn't end. In reality, it's just beginning. Essentially, our role is to work closely with the species leads and other division staff to coordinate not only development of state FMPs, but also implementation. In other words, we help ensure management strategies adopted in FMPs are implemented, particularly when those implementation steps occur over time, not just immediately when an FMP is adopted. So at your November 2025 meeting, we provided you an update on FMPs with ongoing implementation and a status update for plans currently under review. We'll provide you additional information today. We'll start the presentation by outlining implementation of adopted management strategies for eastern oyster, hard clam, southern flounder, and estuarine striped bass. As you know, Spotted Seatrout Amendment 1 was adopted by the MFC in March 2025. We outlined implementation steps at your November 2025 meeting, but since you'll be hearing about Spotted Seatrout after this presentation, we won't spend any time on it during this presentation. We'll finish with updates on the southern flounder, red drum, and kingfish's plans, which are currently under review.
Thank you, Dan. So we'll start off with eastern oyster here. Amendment 5 to the eastern oyster FMP was adopted in May of last year. The plan selected a three-tiered approach that balances the value of oysters as both a fishery resource and habitat for other species. The development of the deep water oyster recovery areas, or DORAs, prioritizes the habitat value of oysters. The updated culture-supported harvest strategy was designed to balance the fishery and habitat value of oysters, while rotational harvest sites prioritized the fishery value of oysters. There we go. Sorry about that. Since adoption, the division has been working to implement the strategies in the FMP. Sonar surveys were completed for the entirety of both DORAs. Scuba surveys were completed in the Neuse River. Scuba monitoring will resume this spring to collect oyster densities within the Pamlico DORA. Ideally, these reefs can be surveyed multiple times until the next FMP cycle, but staffing availability may limit the number of surveys. Culture-supported harvest season lengths are determined through pre- and mid-season sampling informed by industry input. Commercial fishermen helped identify sampling locations to ensure we were assessing areas actively used by the fleet. Initial season lengths were set based on preseason sampling with the ability to extend but not reduce the season length, providing harvesters with greater certainty on the season length. Mid-season sampling sites identified by fishermen showed that abundance of legal-size oysters was high enough to extend the season in several management areas. Using the decision framework in Amendment 5, the division extended mechanical harvest seasons in Hyde, Neuse, and Pamlico, in some cases by up to 5 weeks, through Proclamation SF7/2025. Areas that had already reached their maximum allowable season length were not extended further, and northern dare sampling showed no extension was warranted. Further conversations with commercial fishermen reported that legal oyster abundance remained high through the end of the season in Long Shoal, Middleton, Wysocking, and Great Narrows Island area. The third tier is rotational harvest culch sites, which prioritize fishery value on deep water 10-acre planted sites. These rotational sites were established in Proclamation SF4/2025 and remained open for the entirety of the mechanical season, providing additional harvest opportunities while reinforcing the division's long-term culch planting investments. Overall, this season demonstrated that Amendment 5 is working as intended, integrating habitat protection, culch planting, and industry collaboration to expand harvest opportunities when the resource supports it, while maintaining protections for long-term sustainability. As a reminder, Amendment 3 to the hard clam FMP was developed and adopted by the MFC at the same time as the oyster plan due to some overlap in management. The plan implemented a 3-year phase-out of the mechanical clam harvest fishery due to concerns over its negative effects on habitat, significant effort to enforce, and waning participation. However, the provision allowing mechanical clam harvest in conjunction with maintenance dredging ended immediately upon adoption of the plan and will no longer be permitted. Per Amendment 3, the mechanical clam harvest season opened by proclamation on December 8, 2025, and will close on March 31, 2026. The fishery will be reopened annually in December for 2 more years and will close after the 2027-2028 season. Division staff have begun the process of amending the applicable rules to formalize the changes for consistency with the plan. Support for the division to develop a method to quantify recreational harvest of shellfish was adopted as part of both the Eastern Oyster and hard clam amendments. The division has formed a work group and is working through initial steps. However, legislative change may be needed to accomplish this. The division is in the process of implementing a portion of Amendment 4. Amendment 4 management strategy allows for a spring oscillated recreational flounder season, which includes Gulf and summer flounders. This season is limited to the ocean using hook and line gears. The spring season was included in the plan to provide recreational fishermen with opportunity to harvest summer and Gulf flounder during a time when they are less likely to catch southern flounder. As I'm sure you are aware, this season was never utilized in Amendment 3 due to concerns for quota overages during previous fall seasons and the possibility of anglers mistakenly harvesting southern flounder. This season is now feasible given the recent sector allocation shift in Amendment 4 to 50-50. However, North Carolina cannot open a spring season for summer flounder, which is jointly managed by the Mid-Atlantic Fishery Management Council and the Atlantic States Marine Fisheries Commission. These entities require recreational summer flounder regulations remain status quo in 2026 and 2027 based on harvest estimates compared to the recreational harvest limit and the stock's biomass estimate compared to the biomass target. This means that North Carolina's recreational summer flounder season in 2026 and 2027 must align with the fall flounder season. Based on this, the division is opening a 2-week Gulf flounder only recreational season from March 9th to the 22nd of this year. The opening will be limited to ocean waters only from the north end of Portsmouth Island to the South Carolina border to limit catch of summer and southern flounder. Harvest will be limited to hook and line and be held to a minimum size of 15 inches total length and a bag limit of 1 fish per person per day.
All right, so moving on to striped bass. At your November meeting, you received the presentation about management changes that will occur for striped bass in the Tar Pamlico and Neuse Rivers in 2026. These changes are being made via the adaptive management framework adopted in Amendment 2 to the striped bass FMP, which was developed jointly with WRC in response to analysis showing factors other than fishing mortality and inadequate spawning stock abundance are preventing sustainability of the Tar Pamlico and Neuse River striped bass stocks. The changes, which will be implemented via DMF Proclamation Authority and WRC temporary rulemaking, will include only allowing recreational and commercial harvest upriver of the gillnet distance from shorelines in the Tar Pamlico and Neuse Rivers. So on this map, they're indicated by the blue lines in the 2 rivers, and then that slashed red area and the light blue area and the gray above those lines is where harvest is going to be allowed. Everything in black is where harvest will remain closed. And the season will be open from April 1 to April 30th. The recreational and commercial possession limit will be 1 fish per person per day with a harvest slot limit of 18 to 22 inches or 1 fish greater than 27 inches total length.
All right, I will now transition to discussing plans that are currently under review. So here's the FMP review schedule that was presented to you at your August 2025 meeting, showing review of the southern flounder, red drum, and kingfish's FMPs are currently underway. As a reminder, you adopted Amendment 4 to the southern flounder FMP at your August meeting, and Amendment 5 is underway to further address the requests you made at your August 2024 meeting. We will now take a quick look at each of these three plans. Our first plan under review is southern flounder. The division is working to draft the southern flounder Amendment 5 now. Earlier this month, the DEQ Secretary approved broadening the scope of Amendment 5 to allow harvest levels to be changed in response to planned state-level stock assessments and interim indicator analyses. You have been provided the letter detailing Secretary Wilson's approval. Solicitation for FMP Advisory Committee membership will occur in March. Next, the MFC chairman will appoint the AC from the list of interested candidates. The FMP AC workshop is scheduled to occur over 3 days in early June, where the advisory committee will review and provide input on content and management options included in Draft Amendment 5. The division will then work to incorporate the AC input into a second draft, and this draft will be brought to the MFC at your November 2026 business meeting to approve it for public and AC comment, with final adoption scheduled for May of 2027. As a side note, I just wanted to remind folks that Charlton Godwin has replaced Holly White as a co-lead for Flounder. She'd been on there for a long time and done a great job, but due to some staff changes, Charlton has transitioned into her role. Next on to red drum. The scheduled review of the state red drum FMP began in 2025. The division will convene a plan development team to begin exploring potential management issues, and we will keep the MFC updated throughout this process.
All right, and last but not least, we're talking about kingfish. So the scheduled review of the kingfish's FMP began in 2025. As part of the FMP development, species leads are evaluating available fishery-independent and fishery-dependent data. They're also evaluating biological data to examine abundance trends, age and length structure. The analysis being conducted is similar to what was presented to you in November 2025 meeting for southern flounder, so it'll be similar to that, but it will also include some additional characterization of the fishery. Results of that analysis will inform any potential management changes that may be proposed in Amendment 1, and results of the analysis will be presented to the MFC later in 2026. In addition to potential management changes, the data evaluation will inform potential methods for monitoring the stock moving forward. Amendment 1 will replace or remove the current kingfish management triggers, and this change is needed because of survey changes limiting the usefulness of current triggers to inform kingfish population trends. And the division will keep the MFC informed of progress as we move forward through the process. So I'll finish by mentioning that review of the blue crab and base scallop FMPs will begin later this year. A benchmark stock assessment for blue crab is currently underway, with completion tentatively anticipated for later this year. At that time, the division will consider whether Amendment 3 adaptive management or the scheduled FMP review, which will take at least 2 years, will be used to address assessment results. And of course, we'll keep the commission informed as review of these plans begins. Contact information for Jeff and I is on this screen, and again, our role is to work with the species leads and other division staff to coordinate development and implementation of FMPs. If you have species-specific questions, a list of the division species leads and their contact information is maintained on our website, which can be accessed using the QR code on the screen. And so with that, we'll take any questions.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I appreciate the clarifications on the March oscillated flounder season, also known as our Gulf flounder season. I feel like my social media is a meme reel of people making fun of it. Clearly, it's something we need to address in the upcoming amendment. How we do that will be a good discussion. I just want to point out that, I think Mike and I are the only commissioners still on the commission that when we passed that amendment, but I was very vocal against a March season just because I felt it was impractical and people wouldn't be happy with it. So anyway, look forward to talking about that in the future.
Go ahead, Barbara. Did you need?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to comment briefly on the Gulf Flounder season. As Amendment 4 lays out in the presentation here, the goal of this really is to speak to the FMP and your FMP to increase recreational access where we could in a way that really limits any incidental harvest of southern flounder, with that being the goal, of course. We want to emphasize that, we will need the public to really work at identification of this species of Gulf flounder compared to the other two. And, we'll be putting up social media posts and quizzes to help folks who may be less familiar than some of you around the table here to help with that ID, but also to release fish if they don't know what the species are, of course. And the other important piece of this is for them to participate in the MRIP surveys. And that'll be really helpful for us to know what other methods do we need to do for outreach, but also if this season is negatively affecting southern flounder in a way that we hope that it won't. Just as a reminder, we do have the authority to close the fishery early. So if we see that a lot of southern flounder are being harvested, that is something that we would have to take into consideration to make sure that we don't have overages or unintentional harvest of southern flounder during this season. We hope it goes well all the way around and that we could continue to have a spring season for Gulf, and if things change with the options for summer flounder, to have a season for oscillated flounder generally. Thanks.
All right, go ahead, Dave.
Thank you for everything. One, we've gotten a lot of people wanting us to give back things and wanting a spring oscillated flounder season, and so now we have it. Some of my questions date before I was part of the commission, and so more educational questions for me, like why the March season, and then why are we limited just to Ocracoke, and then two, my assumption is we can't change that until the next amendment if we wanted to push it to, say, an April season and to extend the Ocracoke. As far as identification, I think as a licensed fisherman, it's your duty and obligation to be able to identify species. No different than people have difficulties with black drum and sheepshead. People have difficulties with the small kingfish and a big Spanish. So again, while I recognize that identifying the different species of flounder is more difficult, it's your duty and obligation to be able to do so. And as you pointed out, if you don't know, throw it back. And then lastly, I think a YouTube video for identification would be a great thing for the division to do for the public.
Yes, Tom.
Yeah, thank you for those comments as well. I was going on to the educational aspect. I wanted to thank you for that. The division, under Director Rawls has done a really good job with outreach, and I think that we need to utilize that going forward. However, at the same time, there's a lot of species that we're already required to be able to identify, particularly if you do any offshore bottom fishing, and we assume fishermen can learn to tell the difference, and I think that that's something we can do here. I also want to add that I appreciate the division trying to provide this access. It's just important to note that the limitations under the last FMP are where I have my disagreements with. Being that March is a really tough time to even get out in the ocean. We'll be lucky to have one day in that time period where it's common enough for a small boat to fish. On top of that, rehashing these conversations from 4 or 5 years ago, part of it is that the recreational ocean flounder catch is pretty small, and I think that there's a little bit too much concern about a very, very small general catch. So I think once we, looking forward, that's something we're going to have to look at and realize that the data for the ocean catch is smaller than we think.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to provide a little more information and answer some common questions and misconceptions we've been having. First off, to your point, Tom, about looking at this again, we heard that in scoping. Amendment 5 is definitely looking to further address the single species management, move away from oscillated, possibly looking at divorcing the management of these species to try to create more access. Folks have asked why the northern end of Portsmouth, and as everybody knows, North Carolina is a mixing zone for a lot of species. We're at the far southern range of summer flounder, and that tends to end there around Hatteras or Portsmouth. We're trying to reduce the amount of summer flounder that's being caught, so that's why we put it there. We're at the far northern end of the Gulf flounder range. You're not really going to see them too much north of Portsmouth. So that was a good boundary to limit the amount of summer flounder incidental catch while allowing for as much Gulf flounder access. Also keeping in mind that we're trying to avoid southern flounder, which are typically further offshore that time of year after they've done their spawning. So based on previous MRIP data, this seems to be the best window to limit southern flounder harvest temporally and then limit summer flounder harvest spatially. I hope that kind of clarifies how we did that. And I do want to remind folks that I know the map showed only the state waters out to 3 miles, but we have various rules that provide that you can harvest the fish in federal waters and bring it back inland in North Carolina as long as you're complying with whatever proclamation or rule is in place for that species. In this case, it would be the proclamation opening Gulf flounder. So you can't catch them in federal waters, transit with them through state waters and land them in North Carolina. And I know that was a bit of a misconception, and we're updating the FAQs to reflect that.
All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
And we'll go to Lucas with the speckled trout cold stun. You get all the good stuff, don't you?
All the good stuff. I don't know how this keeps happening year to year, but here we are. So good afternoon, commissioners. I guess technically still morning, maybe. We're kind of riding that line. I'm Lucas Pensinger, and I am the division's spotted sea trout biologist out of the Central District Office down in Morehead City. So the original plan today was for me to come up here and present the results of a report about the 2025 cold stun that I've been working on. If you remember, that event happened in January. So then late January and February of 2026 decided to enter the conversation with multiple weeks of low nighttime temperatures in late January, more snow than coastal North Carolina has seen since the 1980s, and then that was all followed by almost a week of frigid day and nighttime temperatures. So as you can imagine, that all led to a significant cold stun event in 2026 as well. So rather than focusing entirely on that 2025 cold stun, my presentation today will also give an update on the 2026 cold stun, which I would imagine is probably more top of mind for folks anyway. So before I jump into the data, I did just want to give a little bit of a refresher on the cold stun specific adaptive management options in Amendment 1 to the Spotted Sea Trout Fishery Management Plan. And then also an introduction to some of the data that the division uses to explore how bad the impact of significant cold stuns in back-to-back years was for the spotted sea trout population in North Carolina. So we'll use those data to determine whether the division will recommend additional management measures to help the population recover faster through that cold stun adaptive management from Amendment 1. So the upper text on the right here shows the cold stun specific adaptive management options that were adopted at your March 2025 business meeting. Speaking of snow, that's the February one that was rescheduled because of snow and ice in this area. So the cold stun adaptive management framework is then outlined in the lower text. So that framework includes two different pieces in the event of a significant cold stun. So first, the director will close the spotted sea trout fishery statewide through June 30th. That first step does not require prior MFC approval. Second, the director can implement additional temporary measures if the division determines we need to do more to help the spotted sea trout population recover quickly. So this could be, again, after an especially bad cold stun or something like back-to-back cold stuns like we've seen here. So unlike the initial harvest closure, this second step does require prior MFC approval. So over the next few slides, I'll introduce some of the data that the division has looked at for 2025, and we'll continue to examine for 2026 to determine if those additional measures are needed. So when evaluating the longer-term impact of a cold stun, we look at 4 main areas. So we'll compare each of those areas to years with no cold stun, as well as to other cold stun years, to trying to get an idea of just how bad things were. So we started with spotted sea trout harvest. If we look at the whole year following a cold stun, obviously harvest is going to be much lower in those years because we closed the fishery. And if harvest isn't allowed for a good portion of the year, clearly that's going to lead to a mismatch between cold stun and non-cold stun years. However, if we focus just on the months that spotted sea trout harvest is open in every year, we can get an idea of how harvest is affected following a cold stun. So that's what this figure is showing. That bottom or x-axis is year, and then the left or y-axis is harvest in pounds just during July through December. So that would be that period that spotted sea trout harvest is open regardless of the year. So the height of each bar represents total harvest in pounds, and then that bottom yellow portion of the bar is commercial harvest, and oh, good Lord, let's not do that. Sorry, trying to scroll down and not scroll through the presentation. Goodness. So that top purple portion is recreational harvest. So years where a cold stun occurred in the winter are marked with that double asterisk over top of the bar. And then I've also included an asterisk on 2025 because harvest data from both sectors are considered preliminary. Am I on the wrong? There we go. Helps if I'm on the right screen when I'm trying to scroll down rather than the presentation screen. So yeah, harvest data from both sectors are preliminary in 2025. And then the recreational data actually doesn't include November and December because those data just aren't even available yet. So extremely low harvest levels compared to non-cold stun years, or especially even more so compared to other years that there's a cold stun. So if harvest after we have a cold stun is even lower compared to other years that we've had a cold stun, that could really be a cause for broader concern. But we also recognize there are a lot of factors that go into whether people harvest fish. So people can decide not to harvest fish because, hey, there was a bad cold stun, we want to reduce our impact on the population. So in other words, we just might need some additional information to kind of help tease out how much of a cause for concern that reduction in harvest is. So one additional piece of information.
How do you account for the tremendous rebound in 2019 after the cold stun?
So you're talking in the tremendous rebound in harvest?
Yes, in 2019 after 2018.
Give me like 2 slides and we'll get there.
Okay.
Because that's a really great question.
Okay.
But I think it'll be covered in 2 slides, maybe 3.
Okay.
If not, then I can definitely come back to that. The spoiler alert is they're a super resilient fish. They breed like crazy and replace themselves pretty quickly.
Okay.
So one additional piece of information that we can look at can be the length and age structure of both the harvest, so looking at the length and age structure of fish that are caught, but also age structure and length structure coming from our independent sampling surveys. Specifically, if there are size or age classes that are missing after a cold stun, or if we call it the proportion of length at age, so it's the number of lengths that we see within a certain age class. if there's a shift in that, those can indicate broader problems within the population. So this graph, there's a lot going on here, and I'm not going to go through it line by line with a whole bunch of details. But just know that it's showing the annual length distribution of spotted sea trout that are caught in our independent gillnet sampling program, or program 915. So that left axis is year, the bottom axis is fork length of the spotted sea trout caught in millimeters. So the last time we had cold stuns in back-to-back years like this was 2014 and 2015. And if we focus on 2015, that second year, down near the bottom of the plot, so that big dip or that valley there, you can kind of see it. There's two higher peaks and then that big valley in the middle. That's an example of what a missing size class would look like. So those fish just weren't, that would fill in that valley, just aren't showing up in our independent sampling. So reduced harvest combined with a missing size class like that could or would raise more red flags than just reduced harvest by itself. So another area that can really help provide context for that reduced harvest is an estimate of relative spotted sea trout abundance, which this one right here is generated, well, in general, we generate those from our fishery independent sampling data. This one is specifically from our independent gillnet program. So fishery independent just means the data are collected through a scientific survey and aren't connected to an existing fishery. So this is data collected in April, May, and June from that program 915 or the independent gillnet survey. And it can help estimate relative abundance of adult spotted sea trout in the months following a cold stun. So that bottom or x-axis is year, and the left or y-axis is relative abundance of spotted sea trout. So I added these icy blue lines just to indicate years that harvest was closed because of a cold stun. And really, relative abundance is the key word here because, you know, that left axis is showing that relative abundance, but there isn't really a unit attached to that. So the trend of the index really should match the trend of the spotted sea trout population. So that's how we use these. It's not to say that there's, you know, XYZ number of fish. It's more looking at that trend relative to other years. So when I was talking about harvest, I mentioned there are a lot of factors that go into each person's decision to harvest fish. Using fishery independent data, it not only means that we can compare catch from the same months, similar to what I did on the harvest graph, but it also means we can compare catch in those, across those years, I should say, without the influence of those different factors that go into a person's decision to harvest a fish. So it's, again, that's that independent aspect where it's not dependent on an existing fishery and those personal decisions. So a large reduction in fall harvest of spotted sea trout combined with high abundance estimates, it could point towards other factors, like again, that conscious decision not to target or harvest spotted sea trout as the reason for low harvest. But on the other hand, a large harvest reduction combined with low abundance estimates, it could indicate that folks aren't harvesting spotted sea trout because they aren't encountering them. So in other words, the second combination could indicate that a cold stun just killed so many spotted sea trout, there aren't really that many fish available to harvest. And Commissioner Clausen, to get back to your question, it's a little hard to see the numbers along the bottom of the graph there, but if you go to 2019, you can see 18 where that third blue line is. In 2019, there was that big spike in abundance. So coming out of the 2018 cold stun, the population recovered really, really well. And that is a large part of the reason that we also see higher harvest in 2019. So big spike in abundance in 2019. Fish are more available, easier to catch them, easier for folks who aren't very good at catching spotted sea trout to catch them. So we see an increase in harvest. But really just long story short, more fish. There's more fish available. Does that answer your question?
Well, excuse me for, thinking like this, but it almost, to a person that wouldn't know otherwise, such as myself, it seems that a cold stun is a good thing the following year, I mean.
We do hear that sometimes, and they are a super, super resilient fish. I will say the abundance picture doesn't tell the whole story, because a lot of folks will tell you, you're seeing smaller fish in that next year.
Okay.
So there's a lot of them, but they're not nearly as big as they were.
Okay.
And it's largely because that cold stun is, pretty across the boards, wipes out a lot of fish.
Okay.
And you just have fewer fish at those bigger sizes that are even out there anyway. So a lot of them die. They're just not as available anymore.
So the high harvest the following year is much smaller fish, is what you're saying?
Most likely. Now, I would have to dig more into the numbers specifically for 2019, but if I recall from the stock assessment, that's a lot of what we saw. Is a lot of fish, but the average size was a bit smaller.
And has there ever been a back-to-back 2 years? I know we got that for 25 and 26. Have you? I don't see us showing a back-to-back
2014 and 2015.
Okay.
Were probably the last time that I can remember off the top of my head that we had, what we would look at as a pretty bad cold stun in back-to-back years.
Okay.
Now, one of those years we closed the fishery, one of those years we didn't. That was actually what led to us, kind of dialing in our guidelines on why we closed the fishery a little bit tighter.
So this would be our first time in recent history having back-to-back closures.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, basically first time in about 10 years.
Okay.
So then finally, we also look at water temperatures. And that includes how fast water temperatures drop, as well as how long water temperatures remain below the exposure triggers. And those triggers are just an average temperature of 5 degrees Celsius, which is about 41 degrees Fahrenheit. If it stays below that level for 8 consecutive days, or an average temperature of 3 degrees Celsius, which is about 37.4 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 consecutive hours. So 5 degrees for 8 days, 3 degrees for 24 consecutive hours. Studies have shown that spotted sea trout mortality increases both when water temperatures fall rapidly, and then also the longer water temperatures remain below those thresholds. So in other words, that just means the faster water temperatures drop and the longer water temperatures stay really cold, the more spotted sea trout die. So there's a lot going on in this figure, but I'm gonna ask us to hold off on running through it. I'll come back to it in just a few more slides and kind of walk through what you're looking at. But first, I know I've sat here and said, we're gonna talk 2026. That's what I'd like to do first. So the vast majority of 2026 cold stun reports came in February. But I actually received the first report of spotted sea trout, cold stun spotted sea trout, on Tuesday, January 27th. And that report came from the Bay Lakes neighborhood in Chakawinity Bay, and it was after multiple nights of below freezing temperatures. So this picture was taken by division staff while investigating that initial January 27th report. So a couple of additional reports of mostly, the one in Chakawinity Bay was a good numbers of spotted sea trout, hundreds, at this stage at least. The other ones that trickled in through the end of January were mostly pretty small, just a few dead trout here and there. So those continued to trickle in through that last week in January. But in many areas of coastal North Carolina, as you all know, snow started falling the morning of Saturday, January 31st. And in some places, at least, it really didn't stop until the morning of Sunday, February 1st. Many areas of the state received well over 10 inches of snow. So this second picture was taken by division staff in that exact same area of the Bay Lakes neighborhood in Chakawinity Bay, but after a few more days of cold and most, if not all, of that snow. So not to state the obvious, but you can probably see there's a lot more dead spotted sea trout in that second picture. At the time of the first picture, we were looking at hundreds of trout in that area. By the time of the second picture, we're definitely looking at thousands. So temperatures remained well below freezing for most of the week following that snowstorm. By February 4th, I had received reports of 19 distinct cold kill events ranging from Terrell to Brunswick counties. So this picture on the left was taken by division staff investigating a report of cold stun spotted sea trout near Riverside Campground on the Pungo River. And then the photo on the right is a screenshot from Marine Patrol drone footage that was captured by Officer Josh McDaniels as Marine Patrol was investigating a cold stun report in Surf City. So all that led to Director Rawls issuing Proclamation FF-12-2026 at 4 p.m. on Wednesday, February 4th, which closed spotted sea trout harvest effective at 4 p.m. on Friday, February 6th. So I really hope this actually works because I think it gives a good illustration of the types of reports I received during this cold stun and then what division staff were seeing as they investigated these. Oh, there we go. So this video is drone footage also taken by Officer Josh McDaniels while investigating a reported cold stun at the North Topsail WRC boat ramp. So if you're like me, it might have taken a minute for your brain to register what you're seeing here. And me talking over it probably doesn't help. But yeah, we're looking at multiple thousands of dead mullet, and there are dead spotted sea trout and red drum in here as well. So spotted sea trout are the division's primary focus when investigating the reports we receive, and that's really just because they're especially susceptible to cold stuns, and that's why the cold stun adaptive management is included in the spotted sea trout fishery management plan. But I just wanted to show this to make sure I'm not giving the impression that spotted sea trout are all we care about. We also note all the other dead fish, and it's certainly not the case that we're only worried about trout, even though that's probably all you'll hear me talk about.
Yeah, good.
Oh, goodness. Stop playing again.
I have a question about red drum.
Yes.
What percentage of red drum, do you have any kind of thoughts on what percentage of red drum may have been in there and what size range you were seeing in the
in this video?
Well, no.
Or just in the cold stun in general? I'm going to ask the same thing as just like this one, probably one slide, and we'll get there.
And that was, that right there was 95% mullets. I went over there with my boat and looked, and the mullets were about that. They were really small, and they get trapped in that right there when the tide goes low, and they got trapped and they couldn't get out, and then it froze over, and they had nowhere to go.
Took me a second.
Because usually
Jesse,
those mullets
won't
die like that, but they just had nowhere to go. Yeah, no, they just couldn't get out.
Yeah. And it's similar to what we see in Chakawinity Bay with trout, is they get trapped in there and can't get out. I will say though, in our initial reports, that's exactly what we saw as fish that were trapped in places. It pretty quickly got to the point that every fish was trapped somewhere and couldn't get out. I shouldn't say every, because clearly there's still some out there. So I do want to just pause real briefly, Commissioner Gardner, before I get to the point that will answer your question, and just talk a little bit about how difficult the weather made it to investigate this cold stun event the way that division staff normally would. So that extended cold weather after the snowstorm, it left a lot of division staff stuck at home until February 3rd or even 4th. Coastal creeks were covered in ice, and many back roads and boat ramps remained covered in snow and ice for at least much of the week following the snowstorm. I noticed some of the ditches on my way up here still had ice on them, even though it was 70 degrees as I was driving up here. So our initial investigations of cold stun reports, as well as our independent investigations of the places that we know trout will be in the winter, those in the early stages were really limited to the places that we could safely access on foot or by car. most of North Carolina was not really a place you wanted to be towing boats at that time. So even as things started thawing out, some areas remained pretty inaccessible for quite a while due to ice and snow. And based on the early reports I received from the public, it seems a lot of folks were having these exact same issues. So during the January 2025 cold stun, a good number of those early cold stun reports I received were from folks that were out on the water, either fishing or just actively looking for cold stunned fish. This year, however, 2026, most of those early reports really came from folks who lived on or near the water, and they were just encountering cold stun fish in their backyard. It wasn't until much later in the week of February 1st, and honestly, even into last week, that reports from folks who were fishing or out looking for cold stun started to come in. These later reports from the public and reports from division staff as we got back out onto the water, they all mentioned lots and lots of birds just gorging themselves. So division staff have confirmed cold stuns of thousands of spotted sea trout, tens of thousands of striped mullet, hundreds of red drum, hundreds of menhaden, hundreds of black drum, some southern flounder, and a good number of sheep's head. Commissioner Gardner, to your question about the lengths of those red drum, it seems to be mostly smaller ones, so mostly juveniles, although I did see more on a kind of one-off basis. There were some bigger ones, but for the most part, it seems to be juvenile red drum. So in other words, all the cold stun spotted sea trout, all those other fish that division staff were able to confirm point to this being a really bad cold stun. However, I really can't emphasize this last point enough. There are very real signs that we were only able to confirm a small portion of this event, and that things were probably a lot worse than what we saw out there would point toward. And to kind of highlight why I feel that might be the case is partially due to all those troubles I just went through with getting out there, investigating the types of reports. But I also want to come back to this figure. So we have about 70 water temperature loggers deployed at over 50 stations throughout spotted sea trout winter habitat. These loggers collect a temperature reading every 15 minutes. And in this figure, I've plotted the temperature readings from one of our stations here in Dare County, and this is actually during the 2026 cold stun. So that left or y-axis, it's temperature in degrees Celsius. That bottom or x-axis is date. It's actually date and time, technically, even though I'm only showing date on there. Just makes it a little bit easier to read. If I add time, then there's no way anybody's reading that bottom axis. But the points on the graph are those 15-minute temperature readings. So the blue line at 5 degrees Celsius is showing that 8-day threshold. The red line at 3 degrees is the 24-hour threshold. And there really are two things I want to point out with this graph. The first I want to highlight is how quickly water temperatures dropped. So that's shown by the blue box that I just added. And as you can see in the figure, there's a very quick drop down to well below that 3 degrees Celsius threshold at this station. And then the second thing I'd like to highlight is just how long water temperature stayed below the threshold triggers. So that's shown by the red box that I just added to the plot here. And as you can see, this station stayed below that blue 5 degrees Celsius line, and quite frankly, even the red 3 degrees Celsius line, for at least a week. So I'm still working on analyzing some of the water temperature data. I don't have it all at hand. Unfortunately, we have to send folks out into the field, and they have to physically plug in a shuttle to download these. But I've managed to look at about 26 stations so far, so about a little over half of what we have. And if you recall from when I showed this graph earlier, I said the faster water temperatures drop and then the longer they stay below that threshold, the more spotted sea trout tend to die. So during this cold stun, water temperatures dropped pretty darn fast, and then they stayed below those thresholds for a pretty long time. So as you can see, there's a lot of data that goes into this. Y'all are probably sick of hearing me talk about it at this point. But a lot of data that goes into determining how bad a cold stun was. And we're still collecting some of those data. But really, where do we go from here? So as I mentioned before, the director issued a proclamation closing the spotted sea trout fishery in coastal and joint fishing waters. WRC is actually in the process of implementing a temporary rule to close the fishery in inland fishing waters. So we'll use the data that we talked about here today to determine whether the division will recommend additional management to try and help the spotted sea trout population recover more quickly after back-to-back cold stuns in 25 and 26. So once the data is finalized and the analysis is complete, the division will provide a report to the commission. So I'll be back in front of you yet again. So in addition to what I've talked about here today, the stock assessment shop and I are working on some more newer ways to look at assessing the impact of these cold stuns on the population, and we hope to include those in that report. So then finally, we'll be back in front of y'all, assuming that there are, well, let me actually say it the way I thought about saying it, because it's a better way to say it. So finally, the commission will vote on any additional cold stun adaptive management measures, but it's important to remember that last step only happens if the division has measures to recommend. All right. So real quick before I finish, I just want to thank the members of the public who reported cold stun speckled trout. So those reports from the public really do make a huge difference in our ability not just to assess the cold stun, but to respond quickly. So we issue a press release anytime really that we see weather that we think could lead to cold stuns that reminds the public to report them and the importance of that process. And I was really impressed with just how many folks clearly understood that importance and reached out to say what they were seeing. But with that, I'm happy to try and answer questions.
Okay. The closure is statewide.
Yes, statewide.
Okay. But I'm recognizing you had temperature samples all over the state.
Yes.
What you showed us was the average of all.
No, what I showed was one station.
Okay.
That was just one logger from one station. So some of our stations where water's deeper, we actually have 2 loggers.
Okay.
And other stations where water's a little shallower, we just have 1. I'll look at all of those, but that was just one temperature at one station.
All right. Well,
the pattern was pretty similar across the board.
Well, you also showed us, some photos of cold stuns. My question is, since the closure is statewide, so we're treating, Wilmington consistent with, Kitty Hawk, let's say. How do we make all sizes fit one thing? How do we arrive at that conclusion?
So that's a great question. There's a lot that actually goes into that. Part of it just has to do with population dynamics, like if let's say Wilmington wasn't hit very hard and just a little bit north of there was, as there are less fish in a certain area, like other fish will expand into those areas. But a lot of it is honestly the biggest reason is effort. So let's say we close the southern region of the state and leave the northern regions of the state open. The idea there is to reduce people hammering on those fish in that southern portion. A lot of those folks are just going to go north to fish. If we close the central rivers, a lot of people are just moving into the sounds, northern rivers, southern rivers. People are going to shift where they fish. Mm-hmm. And the whole idea is to take that pressure off of the population so that they can rebound even more quickly. So that's really the biggest reason that we look at a statewide closure, is to mitigate some of those shifts in effort.
So is there any accounting for variation from various areas of the state in what we looked at, for example, in 2026?
So I think this year was an easy one because, literally from the North Carolina, Virginia line to the South Carolina, North Carolina line, it was bad everywhere.
Okay.
In other years, we have had ones that are a little more difficult than that. It looked like it was bad in one area and maybe not as bad in other areas. Okay. Honestly, even last year, we got reports of dead fish from the Wilmington area. There were good numbers of spotted sea trout that died down there. Nothing like what was in the rest of the state, and not even close. So in those situations, you know, the division just doesn't feel it makes sense to close just, you know, certain areas, again, just because a lot of folks are going to, you know, if we closed everything but the southern region, a lot of those folks fishing in the central and northern areas are going to be fishing down south, and it's just those surviving fish are getting hit harder and harder.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you for your presentation, Lucas. It's so thorough, and I appreciate you being really candid. I guess my comment was, you talked about you probably only documented a small portion of it. You know, in some of my experiences with cold stuns in the past, whether they were really big ones or some of the more moderate ones, a lot of times the birds finish off those fish pretty quickly, right? And people are still sending me photos of lots of dead floating fish. And when you reach a point where there's so many dead trout and mullet and whatnot that the birds are full, then that's, you know, something to think about in terms of the impacts. So the only saving grace is, you know, we got into this a little bit, these fish are very resilient. And usually the fishing is not just 1 year, but 2 years after a cold stun, that's the year you want to go. So.
Go ahead, A.
3 quick questions. One, before this cold stun from last year, the 25 cold stun, were you any early data or sampling showing positive breeding, spawning, hatches, or whatnot? Has any of that come in before this?
So if you think back to that abundance figure,
yes.
It looked pretty good, right?
Yeah, but that was
in 2025.
And but is that reporting from 24, or is that reporting actually in 25?
So that would have been like the months
so
right after the cold stun. And I honestly didn't really expect it. Yeah. And this is why we want to look at the data and not so much let that, oh my gosh, this was really bad, drive it necessarily. Because last year I would have looked at that cold stun and said, this was really bad. But abundance-wise and what we saw in I mean, I can just go back to them if that's...
I noticed the chart, you're fine.
Easier, maybe not, because it's pretty far back. I'm going to give everybody a seizure trying to get there. But also in the lengths, you know, you didn't, if you look at other bad cold stuns, you didn't see quite what we saw in that 2015 one with that big valley, but you saw little dips. There were missing size classes still. We didn't really see that coming out of 2025. And honestly, all surprised me. I think a lot of it is just because the population was in fantastic shape. I'll be really curious what those same data all look like as we have them for 2026.
Yeah, because
like
I mean, a lot of the reports that I got was this year's cold stunt had a lot smaller fish kill than last year. Last year it seemed like there was more bigger fish. Anyway, and then the other question is, have you heard anything from neighboring states? Because obviously this whole cold front across the country, you dip down into Florida, and Florida saw some of the coldest extended periods of time, and I've heard people say, you know, that snook got hammered down in Florida or whatnot. I'm just curious what other states, South Carolina, Georgia, down to Florida, you've heard of.
And I've heard the same thing from Florida with snook especially, which, shoot, we think trout are hard to manage here. Snook, whew, they don't like the cold even more so. So actually just, my weeks are blending together. It was either last week, I think it was last week, last Monday. Just spoke with basically my counterpart in Virginia, and what they saw was bad enough that they're having conversations, at least, whether it goes to them trying to close things down or not, that's a different story, but they're at least having those conversations. I haven't heard anything from South Carolina yet, or Georgia, although Georgia's coastline's small enough that it doesn't really surprise me there. But I know Virginia saw, you know, maybe even worse than what we saw, but definitely something on the same scale.
Yeah, Don.
I'll make it real quick. I appreciate the presentation because I actually learned a lot from this. Commissioner Claus kind of touched on what my first question was, real quick. How much data or how much study I get the cold stun and that, okay, it's cold, you put out the newsletter saying, hey, look at the drop in temperatures. Have you been able to figure out where that threshold is on water temperature, that what water temperature range is it that, okay, that's what affects the stun? Is it 30, is it 40 degrees, is it 30 degrees, is this, that? And then also, just to add on so you can answer all at once, it looks like from the pictures, the fish are always places where you get trapped, where you have lower tidal flow. So have you looked into the options of the things like they said, where we're shutting down the whole state, but what about the options? Okay, well, some places are going to be more susceptible to stuns than others. So places that have a high tidal flow, constantly moving water might not have, you're not going to see as much of a stun. The water temperature not going to get as low because it's constantly changing. Has there been any looking at more certain areas, just like they would for a rainstorm or a hurricane, or saying this county might be more susceptible to cold stun fish than these, instead of just a blanket regulation?
So those are both great questions. To go back to the first one, largely because it's the easier one, so I'll start with the low-hanging fruit there. That's that 5 degrees Celsius, 3 degrees Celsius, those lines, which are 40 couple degrees Fahrenheit for the 8 days. So basically, if water temperatures drop below 40, I think it's 41 degrees for 8 days, or if they drop below 37.4 degrees for 24 consecutive hours. Those are the thresholds where we really see spotted sea trout start to die. And that's actually based off of Tim Ellis's work that he conducted right here in North Carolina. But those were the thresholds that he found where mortality just kind of went through the roof. For the second question, the short answer is yes, we have considered that, but that's probably not a very satisfying answer. Really, a lot of what that comes down to is, again, that effort portion. In theory, it would be possible to identify specific areas that are more susceptible. The caution I would have there is just if we shut down, some of these creeks, if we shut down some of these more shallow bays, folks who are fishing in those areas are very likely just to move to open areas and still hammer the fish that are in those open areas, all of which is just going to slow down their ability to rebound and to replenish themselves, basically. But yes, we have absolutely looked at that. I think the reason we have settled on not considering regional closures is just that effort piece, largely.
And with that, I'm going to, because we've gone way over, let's break for lunch. Let's try to get back here at like 1:40. I know that's not a lot of time, but so we can get on through this.
Jesse, you need me to do it.
All right, let's move to our seats and we'll get started.
I know.
A red letter day, right? It's a great day. All right, Catherine.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Catherine Bloom, the Division's Rulemaking Coordinator, still here. It is not my design to come before you with two presentations today. Sometimes it's just the way the timing works out with the action items before you. So my apologies in advance that you hear from me twice today. This presentation is an introduction to the legislatively required periodic review and expiration of existing rules. And after the presentation, you're scheduled to vote on the initial determination of rules in several reports to go out for a public comment period. And I'll be walking you through all those steps. All right, once again, an overview of this presentation. We're going to start with the requirements that are currently in law for the periodic review process. And then we'll take an inventory of your rules. And those are the rules that are in the North Carolina Administrative Code, so we know what we're talking about. We'll walk through what the process will entail and when the various steps will occur. We're going to focus today on what I call the report phase, and we'll get into the readoption phase next year, but we'll at least touch on it today. And then we'll end the presentation with an opportunity for you to ask questions before your scheduled vote on the 4 initial reports for your rules to proceed to public notice. All right, let's get started with the requirements that are in law for the periodic review process. And rulemaking by most agencies and commissions in the state is governed by the North Carolina Administrative Procedure Act, otherwise known as the APA. And in 2013, the General Assembly added a new section to the APA called the Periodic Review and Expiration of Existing Rules, and this is in General Statute 150B-21.3A. So this statute requires agencies to review all their rules every 10 years under a process and schedule that's established by the Rules Review Commission. And if an agency does not conduct the review, then its rules will expire and be removed from the North Carolina Administrative Code unless the rule is required to implement or conform to a federal law. And you all do not have any of those. The Commission completed the first iteration of the periodic review when it approved the final package of rule readoptions in May of 2024. And many of you, at least a few of you, were here for part of that action. The last of that group of rules became effective in March of last year. So we're not quite 12 months removed from the very end of that first iteration, and we're starting the second iteration of this 10-year review process. So hopefully that gives you some context where we've been, and yes, indeed, we're doing it again. Okay, what rules are we talking about? This is the inventory part. So let's take an inventory of your rules that are in the North Carolina Administrative Code. Marine Fishery Commission rules are found in Chapter 3 and Subchapter 18A of the Title 15A, Department of Environmental Quality. And that's all in the North Carolina Administrative Code. What the heck does all that nomenclature mean? All right, all of your rules are Title 15A, Department of Environmental Quality. And then Chapter 3 for marine fisheries, you have about 203 rules. And these are the rules that cover things like fishing gear, shellfish, crustaceans, finfish, habitat areas, shellfish leases and franchises, license and permits, descriptive boundaries, all the kind of fishy stuff that you might think of. That's all in Chapter 3. Of those, there are 9 of those rules that are jointly adopted with the Wildlife Resources Commission, and these are in Section 0100 of Subchapter 03Q, and they cover joint fishing waters. Then the Wildlife Resources Commission has 11 rules that are jointly adopted with you, and these are found in Section 0100 of Subchapter 10C, and they also cover joint fishing waters. And the content of those 2 sets of rules is largely identical. They have a couple extra rules, but we'll get into those details at another time. All right, the 4th group of rules in the North Carolina Administrative Code consists of about 132 rules, and these are in Subchapter 18A for sanitation. That's the name of it. And so this is where your shellfish, sanitation, and recreational water quality rules are located. Altogether, there are approximately 335 rules that are subject to the periodic review process. The rules listed on the screen that are bolded, those bolded titles, those correspond with the 4 reports that you're scheduled to vote on at the end of the presentation. So we're going to take a closer look at what the periodic review process entails to help inform your vote. At the top of the presentation, I mentioned that the periodic review process has 2 phases, right? The report phase and the readoption phase. So we'll cover those required steps, and some of them have dates associated with them. Don't file it away as we go. At the very end, I'll pull it all together in one slide that has a timeline. The report phase begins by reviewing and making an initial determination of each rule citation. So the 335 rules, each one gets its own determination. And what determination each rule receives has its own implication for the final outcome of a rule, and there's 2 types. The first is necessary, and this means any rule other than an unnecessary rule. Okay, so let's talk about unnecessary. A necessary rule must be readopted as if it's a new rule, but the other choice is unnecessary, and it's just what it sounds like. It means a rule the agency determined is obsolete, redundant, or otherwise not needed. And so an unnecessary rule will expire at the end of the report process and be removed from the North Carolina Administrative Code. Now, division staff have reviewed all 335 rules and have given all of the rules the initial determination of necessary for your consideration today. At the end of the presentation, you'll be asked to vote on that initial determination of necessary and then take the rules out for public notice. And this leads us to the next step in the process: post the initial determination of the rules on the Department of Environmental Quality and Office of Administrative Hearings websites, and accept public comment for at least 60 days on both the rules and the initial determination of the rules, that necessary or unnecessary determination. Public comments must be in writing, and they must have what's called merit. A public comment has merit if it addresses the specific substance of the rule. So a comment without merit would be, I don't like this rule. That's not informative, right? It doesn't speak to the substance of the rule. All right, so staff will compile a report at the end of the public comment period that responds to any comments with merit that are received and amend the initial determination if necessary. And then we will present that revised report to you for your input and final approval. This step is scheduled to occur at your August meeting later this year. It's important to understand that final approval of the report is what's needed just to get us to the readoption phase. There's still lots of steps to come to satisfy the overall requirements. The last steps in the report phase include review of the reports by the Rules Review Commission and the Joint Legislative Administrative Procedure Oversight Committee. Whew, that's a mouthful. Once the report phase is complete, the readoption phase will begin. The report phase is expected to wrap up in the spring of next year, and then the Rules Review Commission will request what's called a consultation to consider the Marine Fishery Commission's rulemaking priorities in establishing a readoption deadline. And again, this would apply to all 335 rules. So we're going to talk about that as we approach next year. The expectation right now is that you would need to readopt all 335 rules that are subject to the periodic review requirements. And readoption means readopting it means as if it's like a new rule, okay? So the whole rulemaking process. Rules can be amended during readoption, and physical analysis of the rules is still required. And based on the Marine Fishery Commission's rulemaking priorities, staff's expectation, the readoption process is anticipated to take several years to complete. It did last time. But we'll hold that thought for now. We'll get into those details as we approach next year. All right, so today you're scheduled to vote on the initial report for the 4 groups of rules listed on the slide. Title 15A of the North Carolina Administrative Code. So these include the 9 rules that are jointly adopted with the Wildlife Resources Commission in 03Q0100. That's the first bullet there. All of the other rules in Chapter 3. the 11 Wildlife Resources Commission rules that are jointly adopted with you. That's the third bullet. Those are the rules in 10C-0100. And then your sanitation rules that are subchapter 18A-0100, 0300 through 900, and 3400. And that's all the shellfish sanitation, recreational water quality. As I mentioned, all the rules have been given an initial determination by staff of necessary. That means all the rules have to be readopted. The corresponding initial reports are in your briefing materials. On the screen is a representative example from your sanitation rules in subchapter 18A. I just picked one, right? So the print's really small, but the report simply lists each rule number and name, so you can see that in the first red box. And then the next set of information is the date of the last agency action on each rule. And then all of these say necessary. Again, the choice is necessary or unnecessary. And then that last column is the regulation that may be necessary to conform or implement federal regulation. Again, the Commission does not have any of those. There are additional columns in the reports that are not shown on this screen, but they're blank right now. They come later in the report phase. All right, so by approving the initial determination of rules and proceeding to public notice, you're saying that the initial determination is that all of your rules need to be kept, and you agree to let the public comment on the rules as well as that initial determination. Now, again, you'll be voting on the final determination in August after you receive any public comments that are submitted. Final approval of the report is what we need to be able to get to that readoption phase. All right, as promised, here's a timeline of everything I just kind of talked about all in one slide. These are the main steps in the process just to help pull everything together. Today, we're at this step, which is you voting on the initial determinations of the 4 reports and go out to public notice. Public comment period on the rules and the determinations for all 4 reports will be from March 2nd through May 1st this spring. At your August meeting, you'll receive the revised report, including any public comments with merit that were received, the agency response to those comments, and if any of the determinations were changed, and then it's there for you to vote on final approval or make modifications. Next January and March, the Rules Review Commission will review your 4 reports. They're doing some at one meeting and some at the other meeting. That schedule's up to them. In May of next year, you'll be asked to vote on a proposed readoption schedule, essentially a deadline to readopt all your rules that are determined to be necessary. And again, approximately expected to be 335 rules. In the summer of '27, the Rules Review Commission will review and vote on your proposed readoption schedule, that readoption deadline. And then readoption of rules will follow each year for several years until all 335 rules have been readopted. So a chunk of rules each year. We'll be doing packages of rules. We can't do it all in one bite. With that, I'll take any questions and leave the action item on the screen. I did want to make one other comment, Mr. Chairman. This morning, the Wildlife Resources Commission held its regular business meeting, and they are taking, or took, the same scheduled actions as you all have. So the rulemaking coordinator for the Wildlife Resources Commission, Will Casola, and I have coordinated and communicated with the attorneys involved to make sure that we're staying together and getting these rule reports through the administrative steps in the report phase. So Wildlife Resources Commission this morning approved both sets of joint rules with the initial determination of necessary. We have the same public comment period, so we're working together to get this through that report phase process. Those were passed. And so I just wanted to at least provide that update. That happened at their meeting that started at 9 o'clock this morning. It's just uncanny that both agencies were scheduled to meet on the same day. So with that, I'll take any questions that you may have.
Tom, you got a motion?
So moved, or would you like me to read it? Because you always look at me for the rule motions, but I'm happy to move it. Yeah, well, thank you. I'll be happy to read it off as a motion.
Fantastic.
Okay, thank you. I move to vote. I move to approve initial determination of rules and proceed to public notice per GS 150B-21.3A. including the following: 15A NCAC 03Q 0100, all other rules in 15A NCAC 03, including 15A NCAC 10C.0100 and 15A NCAC 18A 0100 and 0300-0900 and .3400.
Can I get a second? Okay, a second from Sarah. No discussion? How about a vote, Jesse?
All righty. Commissioner Blanton? Aye. Commissioner Claus?
Aye.
Commissioner Gardner?
Aye.
Commissioner Hopgood?
Aye.
Commissioner Millette?
Aye.
Commissioner Rader?
Aye.
Commissioner Roller?
Aye.
Commissioner Service?
Aye.
And Chairman Corbett.
Yes. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you kindly.
All right, and so now we got, oh, Jesse has a really short thing he needs to do here, and I think A has got the timesheet for him, so we'll, if you got the, yeah, A's got the timesheet. Okay.
No, I was lying, and this is a very long presentation. So I actually don't have a... I actually don't have a actual PowerPoint presentation. It's just a verbal update on mandatory harvest reporting. As y'all know, mandatory harvest reporting went into effect December 1st, 2025. So it's been into effect for about 2.5 months now. The first week that it went into effect, some of the data that we saw coming in, was pretty clearly some erroneous information being submitted. People with very unique names that probably isn't best for me to repeat in a public setting like this, and obviously erroneous information being submitted. I will say that seemed to taper off after the first week. After that, what we saw submitted seems to be pretty consistent with what we would expect people to be reporting and harvesting this time of year. So I'll just briefly talk a little bit about what we saw in the first 2 months, so December and January. We had 1,079 reports submitted. Obviously, that's probably quite a bit lower than the actual number of fishing trips that harvested these 5 species in those 2 months. So we would like to see that number much, much higher, but given that this is a pretty big regulatory change and the kind of phased-in approach for it, there's not a penalty associated with it or anything yet. I was personally kind of somewhat happy with the number of reports that we got in this short time period, right when it went into effect. And the actual information that was submitted, we have 2,193 spotted sea trout harvested, 229 red drum harvested, 32 weak fish, 18 flounder, which potentially erroneous information. Also, maybe people, don't mind telling on themselves. We'll have to look into those. And 5 striped bass, same comment. Kind of getting back to the erroneous information submitted, I understand, especially if you look at social media, and our social media in particular, people love being funny. I love being funny myself. But the ability to actually potentially one day utilize the information collected via mandatory harvest reporting is entirely dependent on how well the public reports, how accurately, how honestly, how timely. We really can't stress enough to the public, if you want something useful from mandatory harvest reporting, you're going to have to report accurately and honestly. We do hope that as this kind of goes on a little bit longer, when the actual phased-in approach kicks in with the verbal warning or written warning starting next year, or I guess December 1st, 2026 this year, and then the tickets or infractions December 1st, 2027, we do hope to see more and more people reporting as they get closer to that phase. And Sammy, Chairman Corbett, I could keep talking if you want me to.
No, sir.
But
No,
A's
sir.
flashing that yellow up there, and
No, you put the wrong color up.
I do want to say one more thing about mandatory harvest reporting, if that's all right. As I've said before, we are looking at this as kind of two phases. This first phase with the Survey 123 form for folks submitting recreational data and the trip ticket program for folks submitting commercial data. We hope to put out an RFP in likely April or May of this year to get folks to submit bids to build a kind of a robust reporting application. So stay tuned for that. Hopefully, eventually we can have something that is actually really, really useful for the public and something that they actually want to download to incentivize them to report, not just because it's a requirement, but because it's useful for them. And that's all I have.
Yes, sir.
Refresh my memory, I'm sorry, I've just forgotten. So is filing of a false report an infraction, or is failure to report the only infraction listed?
The legislation itself doesn't say anything about filing a false report. I would have to turn it over to our new Colonel Chris Lee to see if there's anything on the books about filing a false report to the division.
I don't have marbles in my mouth. I'm from Bertie County, so this is just how I talk. Just clarify that. Yes, there is some legal issues with filing false reports. Just some of the problems we're facing right now is the way the app or the way the reporting is being done. There's no way to trace it back currently. We are working on that as well.
Yeah, Tom.
That was helpful. That was going to be the question I was going to ask. So since we can't at this current time trace back to the original poster, what's your process for weeding out some of these erroneous reports?
So, excuse me, right now the process for weeding out the erroneous ones is the ones that they're obviously erroneous, we can weed out. The ones that are not obviously erroneous, right now, unfortunately, we don't have a good way to actually do any quality control checks on the data that's submitted. What we're really focused on right now is making sure that we actually get the word out to people to make sure they know to report. When we have that more robust reporting platform is when we really want to get the quality assurance stuff in there. Kind of to Chris's comment a little bit, and Chris, you could probably speak to this better than me also, but I think what Marine Patrol likely has seen is a lot of people harvesting these fish aren't aware that they're supposed to be reporting. And thankfully, Marine Patrol does a really good job of showing them they need to be reporting, letting them know. And hopefully after they have an interaction with Marine Patrol, telling them they need to report, they report after that. But we're still, 2 months into this, we're still very much into the we just need to make sure the public knows about it phase.
Yeah, William.
Is it, so you can't identify the reporter, so the only way to really enforce is on site. You can't go back and look at what somebody submitted and see if they didn't report at sea and you checked them and they go to the dock, you can't check the reports later because you can't identify the individual. Is that right?
Correct. Right now, intercept is basically the best way for us to handle it. If we don't if we don't see them at the ramp currently, then it's with the species, then they still have a time frame to report. We can circle back on that. Being able to circle back on something that someone has submitted right now is not an option.
Thank you, Jesse.
Thank y'all.
Yes, sir. And so with that, there's any issues from commissioners? Everybody look good there? Oh, yes, ma'am.
I'm going to be really quick. This is something that I discussed with Jesse about just maybe talking about having some folks that are doing the acoustic tagging come in and talk about that program a little bit. Number one. Number two, being from the Northern Outer Banks, I just want to say that we may have been inadvertently affected maybe a little worse by some of the rulemaking and FMPs that we've been dealing with. We do not have a sea bass season up here. Gulf flounder, we don't have up here. Red snappers, we don't have as much access to those fish. The seamull or the speckled trout closure in the spring for us, both recreational and commercial, is pretty devastating. We understand it and we respect it. Devastating for our businesses. And also the striped mullet has been a huge adjustment up here. So the northern Outer Banks we've been hit pretty hard here. So I just wanted to ask if it would be possible when we start discussing our flounder, FMP, and our red drum, if there might be some way that we could divorce the summer and the southern flounder and maybe come up with a season that would work, short season that would work up here for our folks. And then possibly looking at the red drum, FMP, and I know that there's some management issues, but possibly looking at adding another fish for our recreational and maybe some fish for our commercial sector too, to just as a little bit of a give back here. That's just to look at it. That's it. Done. Thank you.
All right. With that, I will say that, Jesse, got any assignments for the next meet?
I get to talk into a different microphone now. This is exciting. So for the next meeting in May, there was a request for a presentation in May on the DORAs, the Deepwater Oyster Recovery Areas. There will be an update to the commission on blue crab and kind of the stock assessment process that we're going through and kind of the plan for blue crab moving forward. There was also just now a request for acoustic tagging presentations from external presenters. I'm not certain we'll be able to get that at the May commission meeting, Commissioner Gardner, but I'll do my best to talk to folks and see if we can. That May meeting will take place in New Bern on May 13th and 14th, which, just to note, that's a little bit earlier in May than we have done it in years past, just so we're not butting up against that Memorial Day holiday weekend. At that meeting, you're scheduled to vote on notice of text for proposed rulemaking regarding the Atlantic Bonito management that you selected your preferred management option for today. You'll be getting a presentation at that meeting also on the stock indicator analysis that was done for kingfishes for the kicking off of that FMP. And with that, that's all I have, Chairman Corbett.
All right. With that, I think that's, let me make sure on my sheet, because I'm not very smart. I guess that's adjourned. Oh, wait a minute. Do I get to hit this now, Philip?
Read.
That make you happy? Oh,
Mm-hmm.
no.